Oh, so
Hi,
that's also a friend of
Hello.
The other big guy.
my.
Tenzo.
Oh, I don't know.
Someone's shooting over there.
What?
I'm not
Actually,
hearing
the
it.
rifle.
I don't hear it either.
Just until Storm. I need to work on something for other things, but for Storm.
I see. I thought they were EMS.
No.
No.
You saw the bag.
It's. It's oxygen. Hi.
Hello.
Um,
Hey, Olivia, have you seen Dan recently?
Yeah.
I really like that girl Piper. Is that his
Oh,
girlfriend?
yeah.
Yeah, she's really nice.
She's got a day left.
She comes over and sits and talks to me every time she comes in. They've been coming in a lot recently.
Oh my god.
Where are you moving me to?
I don't know.
Oh,
Oh,
that hurt.
I'm sorry.
So you said an hour after Maine, Missy?
Mm-hmm. I have to be at the courthouse at 1:30, so like 30 minutes after main.
It'll be fine. You got this.
I did possibly raise to about moving me down before Storm, and then just like jailing me to the courtroom, or like to the courthouse. So that way I just, I wake up there. Like it's the only place I can wake up is there. But he was gonna talk to command about it, so we'll see. I'm hoping that I make the fucking prison bus. Otherwise, yeah, it's gonna be a while.
Yeah, I think someone was saying that Jace had that issue.
Yeah, it took him a hot minute to show up.
Did you go to his hearing, Olivia?
Yep. I did.
Did you see oh, you wouldn't have, but Jessie woke up yesterday.
So I heard.
Yeah, she asked me if I would date her, and she wants to share a cell.
Don't.
I'm
So
not going to. James was giving me scenarios and trying to teach me how to say no to people. He was pretending to be Jessie and giving me scenarios in which and the answers in which I should say to her questions.
what should have been old nose.
Yep.
Yeah, he was like,
Got money.
pretend I'm Jessie and pretend this is what I say. And then he was putting on a female accent and saying, hey, Summer, come to my cell so we can do dirty things. And I was like, oh, okay. No, no is the answer.
Yeah, she kind of, there was another inmate with, like, the same last name. I have no idea, like, whatever, you know, related, whatever the fuck, or just coincidence. That other liar was the other one that she kind of reminds us all of, was a pathological liar. To the point where, like, she told me a scenario, I spoke to Sammy about it, and Sammy was like, that never fucking happened.
Oh my god, no way.
Yeah, figures.
So, yeah, it's just, no.
I complimented her yesterday on her hair, and she took that as
Oh, I did
Aw.
hear that one.
Yeah, heard that explosion.
Oh, it's the other guy.
Wait, where's the other
You're
lady
there.
gone? Oh, there.
Oh, I was writing a
over
note
there.
and then I couldn't write my feelings down properly, but I have his number so I can just text him. So
Ah,
it's
okay,
fine. But
perfect.
tell him to hurry up and get arrested. Please. He said he was gonna get arrested yesterday,
Good
but
to
he
see you
didn't.
See, I'm not like that, but I usually break into prison. So if I do it again shortly, I'll
Oh,
get
don't
chipped
get him to
along.
break into prison. Just get him to do a crime and then not slip cuffs. If he doesn't break the cuffs, it's fine.
I slipped cups 6 times, but when you
You
got
can put your cop.
fucking 5 cars and Air 1 behind you, yeah, you ain't getting out.
What did you guys do?
Rob the bank.
Did you get the money away?
Yup. Except
How much?
2
Congratulations.
dumb fucks don't know how to use a parachute.
No, bro, I've just told you the fucking
Oh, I
bridge
don't
had a
either.
spiky piece sticking out and cut my chute, man.
Got your sh-
I
Fucking
parachuted
did.
into
Like-
prison and died on impact.
Like-
Splattered on the ground.
Wait, when you done that, seal-handed, got in his car, dipped. I was like, oh yeah, one didn't make it. I think R called out one didn't make it. I called out second one didn't make it. It's like, nah, one did. It's like, nah, he's flat on the ground. He did not make shit. I don't know how
Yeah.
Stanley didn't get fucking. Stanley fell from like the bridge.
Oh. Summer.
Did you want us to give a message to Lydia? You've written her something?
Yeah, I just wrote on the wall.
She usually does gardening, so if you write on chalk over there, she'll definitely see it.
I wrote in her cell, so she probably will see it. Just if you see her, tell her there's a special message in her cell.
I will. Yeah, Chip told me he was going to get sent to prison yesterday to visit me, and I waited for like 4 hours, and he never came.
Oh yeah, Chip's trying to become our brother. Man trying to get adopted by my parents.
That would be cool.
Rico, sidebar.
What the weeble doing?
What did the DOC do?
That's okay.
Doing upstairs. I'd have so many potatoes. I don't know what to do with that.
Just chuck them at people.
Eat them.
There used to be a canine
Wait,
that
what
would
the-
eat potatoes.
Ow. Don't chuck it at me. Oh, you could play basketball with them. Chuck them in the hoop.
Ross, sweet.
How are you today, Sienna?
I'm okay.
Guys, I'm being bullied by this guy. I need help.
What about yourself?
I'm okay. A very peaceful day. Willow apologized. That's good.
Whoops.
Oh, here we go.
Fight, sight, fight. Right, sight. Fight, fright. Fight, fright.
I
fright,
put money on the
fight,
pink one.
Fight. My money's on the red ones. The black one. Always up in hands. Fight his ass. Fight him.
Oh, don't bite him.
Oh,
Oh.
yeah.
I
How do you
lost.
Get over there.
Proper 1v1 and you have to go do the fucking spam punch shit. You're a pussy. I didn't start it. I hit singular every time and then you spam
How did
punch
who
me,
get
then I
over there?
spam punch back. You're a pussy. You're a pussy.
Oh, that's not good.
What's not good?
Stereotype me because I'm Irish? That's fucked up.
So
That's fucked up. You're
they put
stereotyping me.
Scarlet
Yeah,
in the DOC cage
Boys
to
robbing him.
keep her away from getting jumped, and
What's going on?
she's awake in there now.
I wanna make mashed potatoes.
I'll take care of this.
I need milk and
No.
Do you know what it
no,
is?
No, Ryder. Ryder.
Know what
Ryder.
is? They put Scarlet in there because everyone kept trying to kill her. Willow, I think Willow attacked her.
That's who that is. Hey, Jonathan.
Yes.
No,
you do realize
Olivia.
you... What?
Well, she's meant to be in there.
You do realize you have a visitor in there
It's Scarlet. She's awake in your
on the
cage.
other side
Oh,
of the tower.
is she?
She's allowed to be in there.
Then I-
What? We had a one, like. I'm not questioning it. I'm not.
They want to kill me.
I don't think they do.
Okay, there's
There
5
you-
more spuds on ground.
Take them. They're your potatoes now.
Fucking
What's on the-
stop stereotype. Oh my bad. I
Potatoes.
apologize.
Wow.
Rob.
Stop stereotyping me for
Take
being
it
fucking
somewhere
Irish.
else. Take it
Guys,
somewhere
guys,
else.
guys, come on,
Please.
stop
I'm
fighting.
trying to. I need peace and quiet.
Get your ass over here. Don't stereotype me for being Irish.
Take him to the kitchen and put his head in the sink.
Don't do
Put him in
that.
the
Don't
slushy
listen to her.
machine.
You
Don't
better
listen
have
to her
some
either.
spuds.
Did
Get
you
outta
see
here.
that someone shit all over the kitchen yesterday?
Haha, I'm Irish. I
Ew,
like
what the
potatoes.
fuck?
I didn't. I didn't go into the kitchen.
Get out of here.
Yeah, someone shit in all the
A couple days
pans.
ago.
Grit.
That's weird, but okay.
And they
Keep showing
smeared it all
them.
over the wall.
Keep showing them.
I blame one of the short timers.
Get out of here.
Ooh, thank you.
Oh god, he's a bird.
Well, Jerry.
Yeah, bird.
I don't think Jerry would do that. I'm gonna be honest with you. He's very protective of this place.
Thank you.
I don't see
No,
him
it
doing
was.
I'm
You're
It was
welcome.
a
joking.
short timer.
Goodbye.
Yeah, it was a short time. Yeah, I figured it
Oh,
was.
no,
Big sniffer
now you fed me
probably.
once. You have to keep feeding me.
Oh, Big Sniff is in here, current. Not like right now, but
Oh, I
he
got you.
is in here.
Okay.
I got a new bird.
Why are you throwing potatoes
Look at that.
at people?
He's my new bird.
Oh,
I'm
not
gonna
on
name
top
him.
of me.
Hey.
Right
Arse.
there,
Get off.
respectfully, can you take your bird somewhere else?
Yeah, take him back to the garden.
Yeah, can you move him, please?
Ka.
Like probably like away from like the lifers, honestly.
car, car.
Ruining our relaxation.
Yeah, I'm trying to make sure that nothing happens.
Almost out of here as well.
Yeah, you
Of
have.
course.
A million
Actually, your
years to
time is
go.
up.
Oh,
Bye, Olivia.
Oh,
Visit
that one.
us soon.
I try not to.
Do you and Willow get on well?
I don't. Why not?
I think she said she thinks she's getting out today, so
I'm done.
she might need someone to give her a hand.
Well, where's Stanley
Oh fuck, my flip wasn't registering. Man, so things been peaceful for you guys, at least while I was gone?
I jumped.
Today's been fine.
Did you get jumped?
Yeah.
I'm curious as to why you're in a red shirt and red pants rather than a white shirt and red pants like the rest of us. Or there's a white
It's
shirt like the
a
rest of us.
special level of. Yeah, I went.
I'm
Yeah,
very
no,
special.
true. When I went to Supermax, James made me wear the big red jumper, the full body one.
I just thought it was green.
I look like Drake.
Dahlia was
No,
saying
you
it was
don't.
green pants for Supermax, but they may have changed it then.
No, it was red for me.
I said they may have changed it because Dahlia was last in Supermax fucking
Right in
yonks
front
ago.
of me. He's right in front of the cage.
Technically, we're all in front of the cage.
Yeah, which one of us?
Well,
No, tell him about
but I
me.
was asked about the location of one.
Who?
Which is me.
Ryder.
Oh, the naughty one.
Yeah, like the only man.
Oh,
That-
somebody just jumped into the yard. Who's that running?
Wait, I got
around?
this. Hold on.
Dumped into
That's
the
a
yard.
DOC.
Oh, it's Carl.
Oh shit.
Hi, Carl.
Hello.
Can I have your hat?
Actually,
No, I have
Here.
the hat.
that's for you.
What's
For me or her?
For her.
Where is it?
Kyle, you put
Uh,
out, it's under my butt.
It went under her butt. I'm
What the
sorry.
flip?
Ryder.
Yes.
I have this for you.
Don't
I
mind
was
me.
also
Trying to
confused.
find
No,
you
you're
for a
fine.
couple days.
It was also very
That's for you.
confused. It's like,
I was asked to
this
give
is
it
for
to you.
you, and I'm like, what the fuck is it?
Oh,
Double
god damn
hat.
it! That's not the
Oh,
one.
is that
What the
the
suck is
Polaroid?
that?
I gave
Hold
him
on.
the Polaroid
Give me
to
that
give
back. That's
to
the
him.
wrong one. I put the wrong one back in my
Traumatized.
in my truck. Hold on one second. I'll be right back.
I think it was when you were getting jumped the other day, the Polaroid you gave me to look after. You
Yeah.
gave to the DOC to give back.
Hey guys, I love you all.
No, it's my other one.
Bye.
I got two stolen from me.
I don't know. I'm not saying that word.
What?
Bro, I'm actually wrong. I'm gonna kill him.
Oh,
You
look,
can
here's
kill
my
who?
They
wife.
got away with half my shit.
Don't kill anyone.
No, let me explain. So when we went to Saute, they stole my shit as someone let them out with half my shit.
Ryder, when did you get out of prison?
On this
On the
4
what?
years.
4 years.
Okay, so you've got 4 years left in here, right?
Yeah.
Oh, he's gonna be straight back in here.
How much longer do you think you're gonna have if you kill someone?
Depends. Is it premeditated?
I mean,
Well, the fact that he said
This is my
I'm
home
gonna
now.
kill him, right, would imply that it was premeditated. It's not like he just happened to someone that pissed him off and he decided to kill him, right? This is him making a judgment call right now that he's going to kill him, and if he does, that would be, yes, that would be premeditated. That would be first degree.
Alright, bye guys.
I'm only asking you this because, my guy, I don't want to see any more of your fucking freedom getting taken away and any more of your life being wasted behind bars. I really don't.
well,
I would much prefer it if
This
when
shit
you
not
got
stuff for
out,
me.
you didn't kill somebody and end up right back in here on a hut charge.
They jumped my ass for no reason. And then they robbed me.
What did they take from you?
Everything.
Well, like, what? Define everything. What was everything? Like, what specifically was taken? Like,
My pets. My Polaroids. My drinks. My food.
It was bad. They relentlessly beat the shit out of him for an entire evening.
They took everything from
For
me.
like 2 hours.
okay, like the food and the
And they
drinks
got
and
let go?
everything can get like taken back. I understand the Polaroids and the pets. I understand you being upset about that.
I got one Polaroid back.
Like, I understand being upset about the Polaroids and everything being taken. I do. But
They
I
took my
also,
pets, too.
I don't want to see you get put back in here for another life sentence.
You could
Like,
maybe
I
ask
want
Moments to
you-
get you those Polaroids back. You still have the
Yeah.
digital copy of the picture.
They keep
There were
copies
special
of
ones.
almost all of those.
Ones that can't get anymore. To have an OG membership.
Well, I'm sure that if you talk to Moments or whoever you got those Polaroids from, they'd make an exception considering what happened. Because I do know that they probably keep copies of the pictures somewhere.
I give me your phone.
Wait, son?
Give me your phone. I'll make a call.
I'm not giving you my phone. You know I can't do that, man. But here, I will, hey, listen, I will make some calls and I will see if I can get somebody from Moments to come over here for visitation if you're able to be awake after storm.
Alright,
Let's
now I
see.
got the right one.
And like,
Let's
I
see
will.
if this is the one.
That's the
Can
one.
I have your phone?
No, you can't have my phone. You know I can't give you my phone.
Truth will reveal, guys. It is not the one.
That's the one you gave me to hold on to the other day.
Yeah. Not my second one.
But you know, like I said, I'll make some phone calls for Moments, see if somebody can come over here to visit you, and you explain the situation and see what they can do, okay?
Can I get visitation?
For what?
Conjugal.
From who?
I'm joking. Can I get Chip Wilder to visit me?
I'll see what I can do.
I have his number.
I will see what I can do. I'm gonna need you to be on good behavior.
I've been on good behavior for 2 weeks.
I know, but I
I
need
was
you to
praised for my
continue
good
it.
behavior yesterday.
I know, and I am very proud of you for continuing good behavior for 2 weeks, but I do want you to continue it.
I haven't even lifted a pinky finger.
And I'm proud of you for that.
I'm gonna get to Blues.
Good, good. I hope that all of you guys do.
I want to eat a balloon.
You wanna what?
He said he wants
I
to.
want to eat a balloon.
He wants to eat a balloon.
It's a pizza balloon. About me.
Yeah.
Hello.
Don't
Oh,
slam
goddamn.
into the fence.
I thought you might suffocate if you eat a balloon.
You'd probably.
Nah. Technically, been swallowed the air.
Yeehaw.
Yeehaw.
I made sure.
Can
I
you
got
swallow
one
it
that
out, or
would
do you
work
just
for
breathe it in?
This is my
Just
turn.
swallow it. I sometimes chomp on it. It tastes good.
I work for the DOC.
I tell some with BLSY.
Hey, Miss DOC Olivia, can you let me out?
Yes.
Thank you.
Can I be let out?
You got
No,
4
because you
years
look like
left.
Drake. What can I
How sweet
say?
I like. Stop when I blink.
Drake did it better.
That means just one thing. I didn't mean that for I like bleeding. That just means that one more thing. The hot light bleeding. The hot light bleeding. Miss
the red suit and everything. I love it.
They used to call me on my cell phone. Lenny would show up.
Mm.
I further selects
Figure what?
as summer.
Welcome back.
Yes.
Where's our potato?
You know Hotline Bling?
Yeah,
I know what.
I know who it is.
Frontline Bling.
The DOC called her by name.
Yeah.
Do you know the lyrics?
Missy,
Yeah.
how did your court
Can you
go?
sing that to me?
No,
It's
I'm
after
not gonna
school.
sing it.
Oh, it's after song. Okay.
Yeah,
Hotline Bling?
it's an hour after 9.
Gotcha.
I have to be at the courthouse at 1:30 though.
I'll be right back.
Yeah, I was gonna say, did you get any answer about going down to the courthouse early?
No, because I haven't seen Command. You two were
okay.
it so far.
Really?
Yes.
I'm gonna be honest with you. I've been on duty since 4 a.m. and I've been the only one on duty.
Jesus
This
Christ.
is like the entire day. Besides like Luna, like she's on duty right now, but she's like busy.
What's she doing?
I
Like
think
down on
talking
vacation?
to Bucket and some people from duty. Wait,
No,
now
I also still need to see my lawyer, but they should be up here soon. You know, it's for pre-court things.
Yeah,
Where'd
yeah.
Olivia go?
I don't actually know.
I
Train
know,
off
she bumped
somewhere.
me and then disappeared. She's over there. I don't know what I've just noticed.
What's that?
What?
She ran away with the other inmate and we haven't seen them back.
Yeah.
I'm
Oh,
gonna
Jesse?
be
Didn't
honest
you run
with
away
you.
with Jesse? Okay. I was just like, hold up, you ran like that direction with them and they haven't come back yet.
They're dead.
Alright, Carl,
put 'em in
what
a
department
slushy
you
machine.
going?
If you killed Jesse,
He's
I
just
would
so
not
close.
mind.
There I
Okay,
was.
good. Just making sure.
Come on, I'm
Yeah, I
wearing
think
a
Jesse's
cowboy
one of
hat
those,
and
like,
boots. Where do you think
Libby-
I'm going?
Listen, I'm just making sure
Yeah.
you're not joining the shitters and LSPD.
I've never met her,
alright?
but I've heard about her.
If you're going PD,
Um,
you're at least joining the good department.
Libby provoked me to the point I stabbed her and then she got 2 mayhem charges. Because she threatened to come back in here with an SMG, shoot me, kill me, blow me up, and then she put a bounty on Lyra.
Jesus.
I'm glad I never met her.
Yeah, she apologized to me the following day for pushing me to the point where I stabbed her, and I told her that, you know, I undid 3 months of good behavior by shanking her, but
Sounds deserved.
Can I take Summer with me?
especially with half the shit she said to me that I can't
Where
even
are you
repeat.
going?
So it's going to be
we're
very
going
interesting
home.
if it gets brought up in parole
You're
today.
not taking Summer out of the prison with you.
Oh, but we're
No.
soulmates.
She'll be here when you get brought back.
No, but she's not coming back.
No, I'm not going.
She's an angel.
I'm
Yeah,
not.
yeah.
Can I leave
oh,
with
okay,
Olivia?
okay. So like you went from selling drugs today and handcuffing a cop, and then continuing to sell drugs
Oh, good job.
afterwards, to now you're just going to go completely clean, right? Like just like that.
You
Cold
handcuffed
turkey.
the cop
What?
and then kept
Eh.
selling drugs.
Well,
That's
if you put
crazy.
it like that,
I'm proud of you.
it was
No, no, no,
Mason
no, no, no,
Smoke.
no context. No context. And don't say anything else about it. Keep it like that. It sounds funnier that way.
It sounds hilarious that way. You
That
got the
is
cop and then
hilarious.
kept selling drugs. That is actually hilarious.
I'm helping your street cred. You're welcome.
Sir, I have 2 torture charges on my name. You don't need to help me with that.
Hey, listen, any little bit counts.
Usually when people give me a ride and I tell them, hey, I have 2 torture charges on my name, they stop the car and they're like, get out.
Nah, I can't judge anybody. For
Do you own a car?
No, I don't own anything. Because whatever I own, that means they could track it. I don't need nobody tracking me.
Where do you live?
Somewhere. In somebody else's warehouse.
I live in San Andreas.
If I escape and I need to find you, where would I find you?
You know how to find me.
Follow the rainbow.
Just follow the scent of chicken nuggets.
Well, then she's gonna end up at Devil's Doorstep.
I mean, not the worst place.
He is
but
for an
she's
escaped
following
criminal.
If she's solely following the smell of chicken nuggets, though, she's gonna end up at Devil's.
Yeah, and come on, I work at Devil's as well. It's not
I'm
that bad of a place.
fucking annoyed that fucking I can't get
Also,
the
she
fucking
could
job
end up
at
Burger
Devil's
Shot. They sell
because
chicken nuggets.
for some fucking reason I have a conflict of interest with Talia. So I can't work at Devil's.
Listen, I don't know shit about that. I don't keep up with their shit like that Talia's got going on. I really don't. I tried and I had a headache like within 30 minutes. I'm
If
good.
anything, the conflict of interest should be with fucking Ryan because he's the SAO that fucking hit my fucking hit me with the torture charges.
Yeah, but like Ryan also works at Devil's as well.
Yeah, but my conflict's with
Mhm.
Talia, not him.
Oh, I don't know then, to be honest. I don't really keep up with the stuff that like Talia does. I tried to and I got a headache within 30 minutes. That woman does too much. Like, she doesn't give herself enough time to breathe. Yes, Olivia, you okay?
Do you reckon the city would let me open a restaurant that hires
No.
just former lifers?
I mean, okay, so there's ways that I don't actually know if this is like public information or not. Talk to a lawyer and see what they can do about your record. Like as long as you don't like, if do you have like, well, I mean no, if you got capital offenses, you can't get it like expunged, but you can get it as close to it as possible where you could potentially open up a business. Your lawyer would be able to tell you more about that.
If I ever get out, can I work for you?
Yes.
But like honestly,
I'll
that
bring all
wouldn't
the
be
customers.
that wouldn't be the worst idea. And like I mean, that restaurant could also help with the reform program to help give lifers who are going out on parole a place that they're able to go to.
Oh my
make money.
god, I know just the place. I gotta go.
Bye, love you. Hey, if my sentence has no possibility of parole, is that like ever, never, ever?
I mean, I'm sure that something could get worked out. It's legitimately, you would have to take it up with the DOJ. You would have to get in contact with the lawyer
I've never
and
had a
see
lawyer before.
what they'd be able to work out.
I represented myself in my 30-second court case.
And how did that go?
Contempt of court.
Okay.
Ryan Matthew. That's the lawyer.
Get a lawyer, please.
I got a question.
There was a lot of screaming, a lot of shouting, a lot of.
Yeah,
Can
that
I make
probably
a-
didn't help your case at all.
Healthy drugs.
What you say?
Can I make healthy
Can you
drugs?
wait? Can you what about drugs?
Healthy drugs.
I'm not sure.
I don't know what he said either.
But please, for the love of God, if you're doing anything that is going to affect your record or your freedom, please get a lawyer. There's a reason why everybody has the right to representation, because that lawyer is going to try and get the best deal for you, where it's not going to fuck up the rest of your life.
So should I
Oh,
randomly
yeah.
be contacting lawyers now, or like more in the future when I
Yes.
actually?
More in the future when you genuinely are thinking about it as a possibility.
My
'Cause
judge, Ray
I wouldn't get
Moon.
into contact with the lawyer if it's gonna be happening like 6 months from now.
I think it's Ray Moon, the one that I contempted his court. He was in here the other day and he was talking to me. And he said that he said each life sentence is 25 years. And I have 2. So he said don't talk to him until 50 years.
Yeah, then I.
My
I'd
life
listen.
sentence isn't worth 25 years.
You're gonna be
Depends
old.
on.
That's what he said. He said if anyone tells you different, they're wrong, and I'm a judge, and I know.
My life sentence is worth 65 years.
Whoa.
Y'all gonna get old in here.
Yeah, I think it genuinely just is a case by case basis.
Mm-hmm.
I've been here for I don't fucking remember how long, but it feels like 9 months.
Bet you're getting out tonight.
Hopefully.
Damn, I've been here
Fingers
since 4 a.m.
crossed. How about you stay?
I've been here for 6
and I
years.
go.
Who? Me?
Yeah, we can switch places.
10-4, stay safe.
Never
see you
body
when
swap.
you're
Yeah, like Freaky
Oh,
Friday.
the Popo Cummings.
You know, I served enough time in here. I'm gonna be honest with you. I'm perfectly okay with the idea of me being able to clock off when I want to, and when I get overwhelmed, and then
Jerry.
leaving.
Hello.
Hey, why you in my love like that?
I've wasted too
Oh, I'm
much
sorry.
of my life behind bars.
Get me there.
Jerry, I was telling them how you shit all over the kitchen.
I thought that was your doing.
You shit in the kitchen?
No, it was Summer. I watched
I
her do it.
refuse to believe that was one of the lifers.
It's definitely Summer.
I'll be back.
I told you women don't poop.
They do poop though. What?
I was gonna
Hello?
say I've had Mama D in a cell. I can definitely disagree with that.
Give me.
Oh, there
give
you
me
go.
one
Billy
second,
do
I'll be
poop.
back.
Someone shit their pants in a vent. So I think they do.
What a what a shitty situation.
Yeah, they shit their pants.
It scared me when you opened the
How's everyone's day going?
It's going.
Nice, nice. You are Sienna, right?
Yes.
I think I remember you from the last, or like from before I had to go on vacation. Yeah. Oh, hi, I'm Jess.
It's a pleasure to meet you. Sorry, I'm half distracted.
Yeah, you're good. You're good. All right.
I hope you get your parole after Storm.
Me too.
Nelia. Thank you.
Are you really?
There is
I
no
think he is.
He is.
bruh.
Oh my. He's bleeding from the head.
Oh my god. Okay.
Where did
I'm-
Jesus come from?
Alright. Come here. I'm gonna take you into the infirmary.
He's got a cut above his left eyebrow.
Oh, are you sure? Cause like he's got a. One second.
He is unresponsive.
He's unresponsive.
Yes.
Alright, let's see how deep this is. Alright, this is gonna be the best that I'm able to until Luna gets here. She doesn't want me taking him into the infirmary until she gets here. So, yeah, unfortunately there's not much else that I'm gonna be able to do, but the saline's gonna be able to clean it out, keep it from getting infected. Could help stop the bleeding until we're able to get him to the local. So give me 1 second.
Ooh, it's Luna. And Mr. Buckets.
Are you pointing? It's rude.
I point at you.
Alright guys, stand back and we'll bring Ryder in.
Got him.
No, we didn't beat him up, don't worry.
He knocked
just-
himself out on a wall.
Was that the bucket?
Yeah, it was the
Yes.
bucket.
I heard my sister tried her luck yesterday.
Oh yeah, it was rather interesting, that's for sure.
I let the dream die.
Just
There were too many holes in the bucket.
holes
mean,
in the
it's-
bucket are not good.
I know, my bucket was leaking.
It'll do that.
Your sister's awake.
Hello. So loud. Much quieter. Thank you so much for the 10 bitty sub. All the bitties.
being able to see him on the map anymore.
Hello.
Do you know if the phones don't? Oh God! Do you know if the phones don't work during the rain,
I don't know, but I imagine not.
or if it just if they don't if it doesn't ring, it just means they're not awake.
During this part, yes, but when the power goes out, I don't think so.
Look what I just got. Do you know Charlie Bucket?
Mm-hmm.
He gave me this.
Oh my.
I know. It's the best day ever.
Anna.
Yes.
The OC would like to see you.
Hello.
Hello.
I'm over here real quick. And when you're awake with the Willow,
Mm-hmm.
can you try and help calm her down?
I will do my best.
She's still a little bit worked up when it comes to Scarlet. And I trust you a lot more than I trust some of the other lifers. I trust you to be able to make good decisions, and I trust you to be able to talk things out with them. I feel like you might hold a little bit more sway in the prison than I might do. So I just need somebody to be the voice of reason.
I'll do my best.
I don't want Willow to fuck up her life any more than it already is. I want her to be able to get out on parole at some point and be able to leave prison, or hell, yeah, no, like the prison when her time is over. Like I don't want her to fuck up and get another life sentence and be stuck in here for even longer. Because that is more of her life there because she is wasted.
Okay then.
I appreciate it. You are doing me a massive favor by helping me.
I'll talk to her now, see if I can.
Yeah, see if you're able to like pull it off somewhere.
Okay. Hey, Willow.
Sienna?
Do you mind if we go have a chat and visitation where it's not going to soak me to the bones and not deafen us?
Sure.
I don't have Kia to tell me off for being in the rain anymore, but I don't want to be in it exactly. Plus, it's quieter in here. What happened with... Will you tell me what happened with Scarlet?
Scarlet killed Emma Casper. One of my best friends. Everybody I like in here just seems to either be killed by guards or by other inmates or leave or break out or cause shit. Everyone in here is just so angry.
And you feel like being angry will resolve that yourself? Nobody's asking you to forget Emma. Nobody would truly forget her. She clearly had a big impact on your life.
She just kind of... Everybody else was kind of normal, and Emma was just this ball of chaos, and I appreciated having somebody else that was like that in here for my first hot charge. And we kind of bonded over that. Just hate to see life
Death.
dying. Yeah, just
As someone who has revenge for an unwrongful death, it's not worth the path they put you down.
I think the worst. The worst bit is knowing that I felt it necessary in order to protect my friends in here to kill someone.
It didn't bring any satisfaction, though, did it? Didn't relieve that anger or that pain.
No, it just brought more issues. More anger, more pain, more heartbreak, more...
And that's what makes you human, Willow. You're able to self-reflect on this and understand. But that anger lashing out at the person who hurt them isn't going to give you the satisfaction you need. It's not going to ease that anger, it's not going to ease that pain.
It's all I've ever known. Nobody has ever told me any different. Nobody has thought to sit with me and talk over why I am so angry, why I am so scared.
You're scared of everyone leaving you. And being alone.
I don't want to be alone again.
You don't seem like you're alone, though.
All of my friends are in here, and I'm going to be leaving.
And
I don't know how I can survive without everyone here.
And everyone is going to cheer for you on the out there. You will find the most amazing people out there. you will hear the most amazing stories. Jace is out there. You could go find him.
I don't have his number, but
I do.
I guess.
Do you want his number?
I know that you don't fall much into the contraband category. Do you care whether others have contraband?
It's on the floor just there. You got it?
No.
I care that the people that are in here are going to get hurt. I care that the more violence there is, the more people will slide down the slippery slope of not being able to find something else to sustain them. Not something else that will help them. I care that if I had a screwdriver I gave to someone, or if I had a screwdriver myself, that the target that gets hit may not be the person that it was intended for. The intent of our actions is always different, can have drastic differences to the impact. When I tortured those people, I never realized how bad the impact was. I never knew the impact that it would have on so many people. And I'm still learning. I will never stop learning. I will never stop being sorry for what I did. I will not fight in here. I will not ever do anything in here.
You have always not really struck me as somebody who's meant to be here. Maybe once, but not anymore. Whereas for me, I don't know what I'm going to do on the outside, and that is terrifying. It leaves my brain open to think of whatever it wants, and
why don't you make a taxi company and have the opportunity to speak and tell your story to many people and warn them what not to do, what not to say. That could keep you going. You'd drive. You would have every opportunity to speak to so many people, to bring life to their lives. I don't want anyone else getting hurt. And I don't think you do too. I think going after Scarlet, you thought was an idea at the time that would help. But it's just left you feeling empty. But now you have the opportunity to fill that. Make something of it. Make people feel less lonely. So they don't make the same mistakes as all of us here. You'll be amazing on the outside, Willow. And I can't wait to hear your stories. I probably won't see you if you're released tonight.
Thank you for everything, Sienna.
Thank you. Promise me you will make them feel less lonely. You'll do your best.
I'll try.
Hello. McDonald's?
I'm often in tears in Sienna, which is really hard when I'm trying to keep up the voice. So it's just It's just a, Sienna's just a ball of things. And sorry is one of the biggest things. So she tries so hard. And I wish I could continue that RP, but I need to go on Lyra because there's a certain parole we have to be in full. Oh, I hate this. Oh, Sienna will tell you. Sienna will literally tell you. Wait, you found that IC? You went to look at that one IC, or you just read it on the stream? Ah. Sienna accepts that it's that some people will not forgive her. It's not one she wants to keep on her. But it is one that she's... So she keeps it where she's able to look at it. Ah! Yay! If nobody knows what the Blaze Scales of Justice is, let me find it and play it.
In the city's heart where shadows dance, Sienna prowls in her vengeful trance. A sister's rage, a brother's unjust fate. She wields the scales in her hands, their weight. Mama Sienna, with justice undone. Her heart turned cold by the setting sun. With the bloody scales,
what the fuck?
Why
can I not hear the sound?
No stain. Mama Sienna, with her crimson poison, she'll strike down those who've wrongly played judges and lawyers.
Okay, let's try this again. I don't know why I'm logging in there.
In the courtroom's hush, her presence felt as she unveils justice from
let's try this again.
The echoes of her brother's cries resound. In every strike, Mama Sienna, with justice in sight, she'll fight until the break of night. With the bloody scales, she weighs their guilt, for her brother's blood forever spilled. Mama Sienna, with her crimson poison, she'll strike down those who've wrongly played judges and lawyers. Beware her name, for in her wrath there's no one to tame. Her brother's memory, a beacon strong, guiding her vengeance through the wrong. The scales of justice now stain red, forever every tear her brother shed. Mama Sienna, with a crimson poison, she'll strike down those who wrongly play judges and lawyers. Beware her name, for in her wrath there's no one to tame. In the darkness she roams, her mission clear. Mama Sienna, with no trace of fear, for her brother's soul she'll endlessly fight, with the bloody scales in the dead of night.
Oh, it does tickle the brain so well. It tickles the brain such a... I love that song. It's dark. It's hard hitting. Like, super hard hitting. Okay. Hi, Bella.
Hello.
Yeah, I think when I made it originally, I really wanted that little bit where there is a pound, pound, pound. Like, it's pounding, it's hard hitting. Are you taking Missy down for parole?
Yes.
You are a superstar, thank you. I forgot how much I love that song. Let me find the next one. So Sienna's had like different stages of song. I need to put this back in DOC. This is where this one needs to go. So this is the next, like, reiteration of her songs, if you want to call it that. Which isn't public, but I'll let you listen.
In the shadows, I walk alone, haunted by the sins that I can't atone. A darkness within me, consuming my soul. Regrets and sorrows, taking their toll. I hate the monster I've become. Tortured by the deeds that
It's not as good as the original song, but I don't think they ever will. Tell you what is good though. I'm gonna stop that one. Is this one?
In the heart of a pen, where shadows dance, stands a figure of power in a glittering trance. With rhinestones and charm, she commands the floor. Lisa House, deputy warden, she's the one they adore. She's Lisa House with a purple vibe and gleam. From a fair in a kingdom, it's a regime. Shiny rhinestones in her vibrators glow. In the halls of justice, her story's told. With the flick of her wrist, she silenced the storm. Maintain her call, her demeanor warm. Though her gaze is firm, her heart's a steady beat. In the dance of justice, she takes the lead. She's Lisa House. She's Lisa House with a purple vibe and gleam. From the fair in a kingdom, it's her regime. Shiny rhinestones in her vibrators bold. In the halls of justice, her story's told. Through the bars and chains, she sees more than the eye. In every soul, she finds a reason why. Her strength is in her mercy, her fairness in her might. It's a House deputy warden, guiding with light. She's Lisa House with a
Hello.
purple vibe and gleam. From the fair in her kingdom, it's her regime. Shiny rhinestones and her vibrators glow. In the halls of justice, her story's told. In the echoes of the sound box, her name resounds. It's a house with the justice, her wisdom unbound. With rhinestones shining bright in her violent hand. She's the beacon of hope in this forgotten land.
Oh, I need to go forward slightly. There we go. Much, much better. So that's Lisa's. That's a good one. Let me have a look. There's this one.
In the heart of San Andreas, where the sun sets gold, there's a prison called Bolingbroke where the stories unfold. Behind these walls, the heroes stand tall, corrections officers answering the call. They keep the peace, they protect us all. In God and Laris domain, they never let us fall. Brave and strong, they walk the corridor. In the darkest nights, they're the guiding stars. They're the guiding stars. In the prison yard where hope tries to hide, they show compassion while the world outside denies. With hearts full of grace and spirits unbroken, they bring justice even when the rest has spoken. They bring justice even when the rest have spoken. In God and Laris domain, they never let us fall. Brave and strong, they walk the corridor. In the darkest nights, they're the guiding stars.
Do you still need assistance with escorting the crossbar?
With words of comfort and just
I assume so.
The purpose of anything.
officers mend what's been left behind. They see beyond mistakes, flaws and shame, and in their care, hope reclaims its flame. And God and Laris domain, they never
Hi.
let us fall. Brave and strong, they walk the corridor. In the darkest nights, they're the guiding stars. So here's to
Only I would get stuck on
folks embrace, all is made right.
Radio check. 10-2.
No, we're sitting up. No, I don't want to sit over there. It's gonna be hard to get out. Sit over here.
Hi.
I like to be able to go get water or go to the bathroom.
Target acquired.
Wow.
Hi, Mom.
Do you not recall? Hi. Do you not recall anything about her?
Honestly, no. And after yesterday, I really don't remember crap.
What happened yesterday? Oh, yes,
Uh,
yesterday.
Yeah. Yeah, Wonka's currently in the unknown location, so that's how bad it got.
What happened at the end?
Oh, FSM just wanted to hunt him after that, apparently.
You keep yourself safe as well.
Oh yeah, I'm cadoodling right now, so. Otherwise, we're, out not really in the city, so.
Okay, you just keep yourself safe as well.
Yeah, well, I know I have the other house too if I really need to hide somewhere, so.
Yeah. Well, hopefully they will
Alright,
avoid
right back, Connor.
that it will all die down, but knowing FSM, that probably won't happen.
Yeah. Well, we'll see. Alright, bye.
Bye.
morning.
Hi, they're just coming together, I think, and then they're bringing it down.
Oh, okay, great. I'm just gonna go hang out in that little area down. I just want to talk to her.
Actually, they're on their way.
Oh, great, great.
So you'll have a little bit of time, I think. Who is presiding over this? I can't remember.
I believe Judge Bong.
Honestly, I feel like any of the judges could probably preside over this, including judge in training.
Yeah, yeah. Yeah, thank you so much for sending me that stuff. I really appreciate that.
That's okay.
I'm gonna go and see if maybe I can just get like 5 to 10 with her. That's really all. I just need to
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, thanks so much. See you on the other side. This one's not as crowded as the thing last night. Jeez, that was a barn burner.
What happened last night?
Oh, so this Wonka got expunged. I don't know if you know about that whole thing, but it was quite the story.
Willy?
Wonka, Amos Guidry.
Amos Guidry.
So what? Not the person who owns the chocolate factory at the end of the
No.
town with the prizes and enticing children? Not that guy?
Enticing children? What are you, a cannibal?
No, I'm just saying the guy Willy Wonka. He enticed children to come into an abandoned factory that had like imprisoned slaves.
What in the heck?
Wait, you guys don't know the story of Willy Wonka?
I don't know the story, but I know the film.
There's a film about it? Jesus, I thought it was a documentary.
What the?
It's like he does scientific experiments where he made one kid get sucked up in a tube. That was a serious documentary, my guy.
Oh yeah, Violet something or something.
Yeah.
Do we know if Bella's gonna be
crazy?
Bella will be here and Gregory will be here.
Oh, Greg's actually gonna be here now.
Mhm.
Oh, okay, great. Oh, that's okay.
Ashley will not because she can't remember anything that she wrote, which is fine.
Casey won't. Effing Chris told me he was gonna give me a statement or be here, but I don't know. I fought him last night. Maybe he'll miraculously appear. It's, you know.
Yeah, Casey is not here.
Yeah, she sent me a statement to read on her behalf.
Which is fine.
Yes, he is in the cells.
She's in the cells if you want to go down.
Okay, great. Let's go down there, Harp. Let go.
Your client is here.
Okay, great. Thanks so much for bringing her. Appreciate it.
You're welcome.
Your Honor, they're just chatting with Missy at the moment.
Oh, perfect. Thank you.
I have received word that a lot of the witnesses should be here. Some of them cannot. But we can discuss that more when they're all up here.
Right, you.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Food.
Yes, please don't flop over on the stand.
That would not be good.
He does not mean to be the next Akira.
Yeah, that'd be funny. Akira falls out all the time. No, I didn't respond to you. Fuck you.
Sir, try not to kick the seats.
Greg, I'm sorry, okay?
Wait.
Guys, it's your sexy ass Brian.
Hello there.
The fuck did I walk into?
Still getting kidnapped every day.
Okay.
When was the last time you were kidnapped, Jace?
No. Yesterday.
Lyra, we all know better. You have no room to talk with that.
Oh, he got kidnapped 3 times in less than 24 hours.
Oh my god.
No. That didn't happen. Kind of. I don't know why she laughed.
I actually miss being kidnapped, I'm not gonna lie.
And it's been a month since Lyra's last kidnapping.
More than that.
You can always change that if you really want.
No.
Look, okay, I get it. I'm not.
Oh yeah, it is tomorrow's month.
That was my introduction back to society.
It's effing again. Are you okay, Effin? Are you feeling well? You've turned up at the courthouse twice within a week.
That should tell you though.
Hello.
Hi.
Oh, okay. Well, yeah, that should tell you that I'm mentally ill. I've showed up to the courthouse 2 times consecutively.
Okay.
How's it going, though?
Well, it's going well. I'm just finishing off a few statement bits my bit. So.
I gotta go do the same, so I'll leave you to it. Don't go so hard on him as you did on me, Lyra.
Oh, come on.
Uh-oh.
That's the best part.
What's up, Greg?
What's up?
Your Honor, I feel fairly prejudiced at this point. Evans told me not to go as hard on him as I did on him.
I could not hear
Hi,
anything.
Earl.
I'm sorry.
Wild.
Are you okay, Your Honor?
Yeah, I need to fix something quick.
Oh, there's something smashed in the back.
I can hear now.
I was just mentioning, Your Honor, Evan was being mean to me. He said I don't go on as hard on Gustavus as I did on him.
Oh, alright, Chip.
She was mean to me, Earl. You can't deny it.
Look, it's not that Earl has nightmares about Juno and I teaming up together against him.
Ayo, wait, ayo, what?
Excuse me?
Or nightmares. Probably more nightmares. Juno makes the hardest hitting questions that you can possibly find, and I just object and do the statements.
Yeah, that is a scary duo. I'll give you that. What's up, Matthews?
What up?
Just good. How you been?
You can go sit with him if you want.
Actually, I need to talk to you.
No, come sit on your side now.
Is it urgent or is it deal with after hearing?
Depends on how long this is, because I'm not sticking around very long.
Your Honor, do you mind giving me 5 minutes to just talk to Matthews?
I do not mind.
Oh, you okay?
We can stand here. It's not a big deal.
Mhm.
105838. Can you get somebody on your side to look into this as well?
With the concept of...
Well, so apparently this guy is pleading not guilty to everything because he's being charged with reckless evading. I literally just got this morning, well, this afternoon, so. And like, it's just that one statement.
Okay, so I do see a evidence photo of the speed he was driving at.
But he said he wasn't even the driver, which is, I'm confused about. I haven't even talked to him yet. Can you just, you know, on your guys' side, get statements from the other officers put together as well?
Sure, I'll get somebody to look into it.
Thank you very much. Also, Mr. Russo, I could not contact him today, but hopefully we'll have that signed by Monday. Do you want me to just take a photo of his bank account and put it in?
Yes, once he's signed it, just give me a photograph and we'll put it in, and then we'll just attach the plea deal to the actual document, to the actual incident report.
Alright, perfect. That's all I needed.
Okie doke.
Later.
Casey, come here. What? You are required.
good. There we go. Yeah, I'm sure.
Give me 2 moments, guys. Ugh.
Hey, whatever. Can I ask you a question real quick?
Hi, sorry. Are you talking to me?
Yeah. Would I be able to ask you a question real quick?
Sure.
Are SAO apps closed?
Not as far as I'm aware.
Okay. What about PI?
No, not as far as I'm aware on there either. I think they're open. Both are open.
Okay. Yeah, cool. Thank you. Appreciate it.
Sorry, I'm just gonna focus on my phone for 2 seconds. Sorry, guys.
Is this going to happen? Is there?
I can ask them on radio, Your Honor. Just give me 1 moment to think. Those down in the cells, I was wondering about when if we can begin soon. If we can tell Gustavus that.
Okay, I'll tell them.
Shit.
You can go sit with Effin, or you can go stand by the door where they come out, or you can go stand where Earl is right now.
I'll go sit with Effin.
Just need one of you to do bailiff.
Where?
Stand by, Earl.
I don't know I can do it.
Sorry, guys.
Oh, you're good.
I don't know who that is.
Hmm?
Good on
you
the
want
food
here?
and stuff. Oh, God. Whenever you're up at the podium, make sure to shout the loudest.
Gustav,
Yep.
go to the podium and tell me if you can hear me speaking.
Sorry
This-
about that.
This is hot. Can you hear me speaking?
Barely.
Alright, cool.
Mm.
Just in case I need to cough.
Right here, we ready?
Yes, Your Honor.
Yes, Your Honor. Good evening.
Howdy, everybody. My name is Earl Bonley. This is a parole hearing. It is not a trial, so it will not proceed as a trial. There's a little bit different of a format to it, and we will get into that in a moment. We're going to be here. For those that have not been before, the format is similar to that of our expungement hearing, and that we will hear from the state, we will hear from the defense, we will hear from the person seeking parole, and then we will have questions and answers. Then we will move on to witnesses from either side, and then closing statements, and then I will deliberate. It's pretty straightforward. If you've never been to a parole hearing, it's very easy to follow. That being said, I will swear witnesses in at the time that they are called upon. I do not want to do a batch swearing, and so we will do it as they are called upon. That being said, can I get who is representing the state to give me their name and title?
Lyra Vassetti Rima, Assistant Attorney General. Sorry, Aaron, I can't. I forgot the first part.
And for the defense?
Gustavus Randstad III, Your Honor, Public Defender for the PDO.
That being said, this is a parole hearing for Mr. Farron. They have come before the court, was seeking parole before. It was denied at the time. Well, now we are hearing their plea for parole for a second time. Just one last clarification, are both sides ready to proceed with opening statements?
Yes, Your Honor.
I am, Your Honor. I just wanted to see if I could clarify one quick housekeeping thing. If we might,
All right,
might
to you.
first. So, Your Honor, I wanted to just clarify and see. I feel like I've done some hearings with you. You know, I have some questions prepared. So I was wondering if after with some of these witnesses, after you ask questions, I'd like to ask questions. I just wanted to see if that's
That's fine with me.
That's fine with me as well.
Yeah, and I open them, of course, up by doing that to any questions.
I think would like to hear those questions and explore things in depth.
Sounds good. That's all I had. Thanks a lot.
Alrighty, perfect.
Thank you.
Alrighty. State, if you're ready to give your opening, please do so.
Thank you, Your Honor. I need to begin this opening statement with commending you, Missy Farron. It's quite rare for an individual to have the chance to attend a single parole hearing, let alone two. However, Missy Farron has demonstrated a remarkable resilience and determination by returning to the courtroom to make another attempt at parole. She has dedicated herself to building her credibility and showcasing her abilities, as evidenced by her involvement in numerous reports since January. However, this is a fresh parole hearing. It is an opportunity to carefully consider the time that she has served since the last hearing. Has she taken that advice given at the time and made efforts to improve herself? Has she made herself aim to become the most suitable candidate as recommended by yourself, Your Honor? There have been significant changes since the previous parole, including the provision of housing by the DOJ/DOC and an job opportunity facilitated by Norma at Pop Steiner. So these aspects of the parole have been fulfilled by the state for her. There was, however, a discussion at the previous hearing regarding the rehabilitation process, with concerns that were raised about a stumbling block for Missy after 35 years of rehabilitation. Following this first parole hearing, Missy did encounter another obstacle. She displayed resistance when asked to undergo a search, even going as far to break free from handcuffs multiple times. She adamantly refused to comply with their instructions. Eventually, officers discovered a screwdriver in her possession, which she claimed for self-defense. If Missy had attended her parole hearing promptly as recommended, it would have raised concerns for the state. Her behavior towards DOC and PD officers, such as taunting them with questions like, "Are you that scared?" and her refusal to be searched, as well as her unwillingness to cooperate with the PD, would have been problematic. These were all significant indicators that the state would have strongly advised granting parole at that stage. However, it is important to note that this incident was an isolated occurrence, and it occurred in January, not long after the first parole. Since then, the state has carefully reviewed the reports and observed her willingness to collaborate with others. She has willingly submitted to be restrained, abided by the established security protocols, and the state is satisfied with her compliance as she's not been on any security levels since. Her conduct within the prison walls since that incident, which happened almost 6 months ago now, suggests an inclination to collaborate with individuals from all backgrounds. Another aspect taught at the previous parole hearing was her criminal history, as well as her expression for the remorse of the original incident that landed her in Bolingbroke. There are daily reports where Missy Farron has discussed the incident to her being in Bolingbroke. The state is interested in hearing Missy's perspective on the incident and how she has processed it ever since the time she was incarcerated, post her hearing, and what the difference is now. When someone has such a alarming charge in their criminal history, there's always the concern about the possibility of reoffending, especially coming straight out of Bolingbroke. What is the probability of Missy Farron engaging in further misconduct? Based on this, we can assess her track record of avoiding any involvement in illegal activities whilst within the prison. She has refrained from engaging in any problematic behaviour, yet she has also associated with fellow inmates who have been involved in such activities. she has not taken part in them. Your Honor, I apologize. Is there a hissing noise?
Not that I.
Not that I could hear.
Okay. I apologize for that, Your Honor. She has followed all the rules and behaved appropriately. However, the state is also interested in understanding how she tends to occupy time outside of the prison, and how she plans to distance herself from any illegal activities where there is not such a careful presence and a careful watch. Now, let's delve into the plans for future. It's yet to be determined beyond her job opportunities what her future plans entail. But the state is eager to learn about her aspirations. What's her desired pursuits? What is her plan of action? What factors contribute to the state's confidence in her ability to avoid future offences? Ultimately, this brings us to the support group. The state has reviewed the list of individuals who are willing to advocate for Missy and have consistently stood by her during her time in incarceration. The state is interested in understanding the prison's individuals' post-prison commitment and the potential benefits it may bring. How is her support group going to help her beyond just the prison walls? The state is interested and curious about their willingness and perhaps even some specific plans they have in mind. Today is a day of self-reflection, personal development, and inquiry. And the state is eager to listen to these questions, statements with attentiveness. Thank you all for your time.
Thank you. Defense, do you have an opening statement you would like to get?
I do, Your Honor. Yes. Just pull it up here. Thank you very much, Your Honor. Thank you, people of the court. And thank you for the state for being here and for hearing my client's petition. I just want to take some preliminary time, especially to thank the state, as I've communicated with Lyra throughout this process, and she's been instrumental in giving me guiding steps and discussing parole with me, and gone above and beyond putting me in contact with witnesses. So I thank the state for that. And I thank you, Your Honor, for hearing this. And we couldn't be happier than to be before you, because of course you were involved, I believe, in the last hearing, and Missy came before the court and yourself. And, you know, point blank at that time, she was not ready for parole. She had wonderful and zealous representation, a colleague of mine who I've never had the pleasure to work with, but his name is Effin Chris, and in fact, you'll hear from him tonight. He's one of our witnesses. But she came before this court and remains, there's nothing we can change about that, someone with a troubled social history and a troubled criminal history. Missy grew up in a very bad neighborhood and with parents who, for lack of a better word, didn't not only care, but cared in making her life miserable. You know, without getting into too much detail, Missy was raised in an environment where force was used to solve everything, including by her parents whenever she acted out. She came into the system a troubled child, and all she knew for a very long time was aggression. And that aggression manifested itself in this city and in the unfortunate death of an individual whom I never had the pleasure to meet,
but I heard a lot positive about Asher, or who was involved in the actions that resulted in the death. She came before this court seeking parole, and the court expressed concerns and denied her petition. But I'm convinced, hopeful, that tonight this court will see a changed woman. I've worked with Missy for months. We've talked countless hours at the cells. And what I've seen and why I felt it was appropriate to bring this petition at this time is someone who has changed, has reflected on their actions, is willing to look towards a better future. I've known Missy. She's someone who used to act out in aggression, and she's become someone who channels anger or sadness into meditation, art, photography. She's held herself out as a mother hen, a protector, is what I'd kind of characterize it as. You know, Missy's someone who, if someone's going to come at another lifer with a knife, you know, she might step in the way to prevent that person from getting stabbed. She cares. She's expressed since her last parole hearing remorse and friendship for people I think she would refer to as compatriots now at the DOC, many of whom you'll hear from tonight. She's stood vigil and expressed deep sadness when an EMS was being carried out in a body bag, and she even asked to be there and stand watch while the whole thing went on. She's someone who's come to learn to channel her, you know, deep emotions into something positive, where she cares and wants to hold herself out as an example. I think you'll hear, Your Honor, as Lyra touched on, that she's had a very good track record, given, you know, minus the incident that was discussed, of institutional behavior since we were last in here, which was about 6 months. In terms of plans for the future, I've discussed a lot of plans with Missy. You know, first and foremost, she's going to work at POPs under the strict lock and key supervision of Norma Jean. And I think that we've seen that, you know, there's no better place to work in terms of a parolee having a good shot at success. And then she might want to expand out into her own endeavors, perhaps, you know, photography, art. She's discussed also perhaps wanting to work at Devil's Doorstep. But she needs the chance, the opportunity to be on the outside to make these things happen. She's gone through the steps of lining them up this time. She hadn't last time. Your Honor noted that in his opinion, that there had been some outreach, but no finalization. Yeah, we have a finalized letter this time to present to the court. And seventh, we look at risk to reoffend in this analysis. And I would say that Missy, although her crimes were severe, has a fairly low risk given her 6+ months without all but one infraction. As to her support network, Your Honor, it's a hodgepodge and a cocktail, as many of these are, but she has good people who you're going to hear from today who are willing to act as a support network from her. We have people from the DOC. We have even people from the DOJ. We have individuals who are going through incredible processes of reform themselves and only want to be here to provide support for her. Mr. Rook. And so I think you'll hear that she has much more of a network this time than she did last. So with that, I'd love to present my client and my witnesses. Hearing from Missy, of course, is the most important. And I think that this court, at the end of this, will find that she's a different person who came before this court before. Thank you so much.
All right, thank you. So now, we're going to have the statement that has been prepared by the individual seeking parole. That would be Miss Farian. And then we're going to move into questions from myself, the state, and their own attorney. So let us move into it.
Okay, well, I need to be uncuffed from the desk before I can move anywhere.
Can she be uncuffed from the desk to move up here?
Yeah, that is fine with me. She can be front cuffed.
4 seconds, Missy.
All right, good luck.
Reggie, do you have a statement?
I do. Sorry, I was not expecting to go first this time. I went last time.
Just take deep breaths and read from the statement.
Good afternoon, esteemed members of the Parole Board. I'm Missy, and I'm here today to express my deepest remorse for the crime that I committed. I understand the gravity of my actions and the impact that they have had on his family and loved ones. There's no excuse for what I did, and I live with that every day. Being locked behind bars has felt like a sentence of forever. Not just the physical confinement, but the emotional and psychological torment of knowing the pain I caused. I know that in my previous parole hearing, I did not come across as someone deserving of a second chance. At that time, I lacked the support systems and the self-awareness that I have worked hard to develop since then. Over the past few years, I've taken significant steps to understand and control my impulsivity. I've taken active steps in regards to active steps on improving myself, including meditation, picking up photography, other various hobbies, as well as opening up to a consultant brought in by Gustav, in regards to understanding accountability. These efforts have not been easy, but they've been necessary. I've come to realize the depth of what I did and the importance of taking responsibility for my action. I prepared this statement because I want to ensure that my words reflect my true feelings of remorse and regret. I know that when I speak off the cuff, my emotions can sometimes make me come across as rude or unfeeling. Please know that this is not my intention. I am sorry for what I've done, and I know that I must come to terms with it every day. My childhood was marked by abuse and violence. The people who were supposed to protect me were the ones that destroyed my sense of safety and humanity. I was raised in an environment that taught me to be a killer, and it's taken me many years to begin to unravel that behavior. At times, I still struggle with that, but that is a struggle that I know in myself that I can finish. I can get past that. I felt broken, lost, and without hope for a long time. But during my time at Bolingbroke, I found a small measure of peace in the four walls of my cell and the garden. Tending to the garden has been therapeutic. Sitting, meditating in what we call the summoning circle has also been a source of therapy. Sitting, listening to my mind, calming my mind. It's taught me patience. Everything has taught me patience, nurturing, self-reflection, and the value of life. Lessons that my parents should have instilled in me rather than the lessons that they did. I regret my actions and the pain I caused. I cannot change the past, but I'm committed to changing myself. I'm asking for your mercy and a chance to prove that I can be a better person. I want to make amends in any way I can and contribute positively to society if given the opportunity. I can never give back what I've taken, and I can never undo what I have done. I can never say sorry to Asher. But I am sorry. His name is one I won't forget, my actions I can't forget. The only thing I can work towards is forgiveness. For listening, and I hope that you can find it in your heart to see the changes that I've made and consider granting me redemption.
Is that the end of your statement?
It is, Your Honor.
Artie, I have questions. I'm going to go at the end. If your attorney would like to ask some questions as they have stated they wanted to, feel free.
Sure. Just pull them up, Your Honor. Okay. Thank you for your statement, Missy. I appreciate that. I'm just going to ask you some questions, okay?
Okay.
Okay. So you talked about meditation in your statement a bit. It sounds like that's kind of a rather important stress diffusal mechanism that you've developed. Is that kind of a fair statement?
It can. There's many a time where I wake up, I walk out of the cell block, and I just meditate in a circle.
And why do you do that?
It was something that I started with Gregory, where we would sit and chat, and then over time, it just became the spot that I went to. I'd sit there, I'd listen to songs in my head, I'd clear my mind. I'd enjoy the day, the clouds in the sky, the warmth of the sun.
And is that something you would continue on the outside if you were released?
It is. I'm a fan of the ocean, so I would find a spot by the ocean, and I'd sit there, and I'd continue with what I've started.
And I also heard some about photography. So are you able to take photos or have access to some kind of camera in the jail? Is that you've been able to do photography?
Yes. I've got permission from Lyra to have photography lights, and I use the tablet that was given to me when I first started communicating with Evan. I use that to take photos.
Oh, great. And is that something you enjoy?
It is. It is something that I've come to enjoy. I've taken photos of various recruits. I've taken some photos of DOC. I've even got a couple of Lyra, James, and some canines.
And is this something, as you know, in this city, there's individual proprietors of photography, and then there's moments, and we got to take things one step at a time. But is that some outlet you could potentially be interested in for employment if you were to be released? Photography. I know you're working at Norma's for now, but just thinking about future plans.
Photography would be something that I would do on the side. as a hobby, at least until I get more of a catalog that isn't just photos taken in the prison. Being released would give me the opportunity to develop my photography skills further, to work with different backgrounds and different lighting, and work with a variety of people from different walks of life. And it would also, would be a good way to make tips. Not necessarily have it as a full income, but people pay photography as well. I've even received the odd tip myself from fellow inmates when I've taken their photos. I actually had one the other day where they weren't prepared for the photography lights, but they paid me $1,000 for a photo.
Okay, so you could conceivably make money, on the outside. But whether you want to do that or not, it sounds like it's a hobby for now, but potential employment in the future. I'll move on to my next question. So, you've obviously been in Bolingbroke for a while now, and you've seen, I think, various people come and go, and by come and go, I mean die, right? Have you witnessed or experienced the passing of anyone while there?
During my time within the prison, the prison has lost 4 people. One was very near and dear to my heart. The other 2 were acquaintances, working their way to be friends.
And who's
two of them, their death has hit me hard.
And who are those 2, if I may ask?
Mantis, Halsey St. Ange. Her death hit me harder than even I expected. And the most recent one was somebody that I consider my soul sister, Emma Casper. I was told casually that she had passed, but it wasn't until I saw EMS taking her body out of the prison that I realized just how hard it had hit, just how much losing her was going to hurt. And I am grateful to DOC and to James and the EMS that were there for giving me the opportunity to say goodbye to my sister. I know that she would be proud of me for getting to here today. And I know that she would be proud of me if I was granted parole. And for behaving on the outs, as she would say.
And in fact, I've discussed with you before how I was on the way to meet with her about that, and I found out she had been killed, unfortunately. I know that makes you sad, so is your objective to make her proud on the outside and not lapse back into recidivism and violence and the anger that got you in here? Are you going to try to show her that you can be something better?
Yes.
Okay. And obviously the death of these 2 people had a profound impact on you. That's fair to say, right?
They have.
And you had an opportunity to act out, just like you could, in the past you could have acted out anger or aggression. But in fact, you said you're thankful to the DOC, and in fact, you didn't act out, right? You talked with them about the better times, and went back to your kind of regime of meditation and, you know, moved on from it, right? You didn't have any infractions following the death of any of these individuals.
Following Emma's death, I was supported by DOC. With Mantises, however, yeah, I was supported by DOC with that as well. I will say that with Mantis's death, I was supported. However, I did nearly have a lapse because a short timer would not leave me alone, despite the amount of times I told him to leave. And I am grateful to DOC for them locking down the cell block to keep him away from me. They knew that I wanted to be alone. They knew that I didn't want him anywhere near me. And they gave me the space required for me to grieve. And I am grateful to them for that. I didn't realize it initially until I left my cell to say goodnight to the DOC, to let them know that I was going to go to bed. But when I walked out of my cell, I saw that Gregory and Naomi were at the top of the staircase, where they'd put a barrier to stop him from getting to me. And they told me that they had locked down the cell block to keep him away from me because they knew that I wanted to be alone and how hard that I'd worked at that point to get to this point. And they didn't want me risking any of that.
And I only have a few more questions for you. Hold on. So you've kind of talked a lot about the DOC and how you're grateful to them. Do you consider, I mean, family's a loose term, support system, friend, I mean, who are particularly the DOC people who've been fundamental in your life, and how have they been fundamental?
Gregory has been a big one for me. Since January, Gregory and I we've developed a friendship. Like Emma was a sister. She was my sister. I could almost call Gregory my brother. He is a very near and dear friend to me, and he's been there for me since the start. Since everything. Since the last parole hearing. And he's been a figure throughout the last 6 months. Casey recently has been the same. In fact, they both wanted me at their wedding, but I wasn't allowed out of the prison. Bryce has been another, mostly when it came to Mantis and Emma in regards to their deaths. I'm aware that Bryce has a medical background, and he told me what he could, at least for Mantis, and he promised me that he would look after Emma's body. There's been various other DOC, PD recruits that have been in and out, that have been a good support for me, but if I had to single out specific DOC, Gregory would be the very biggest one.
And if you were released, you know, Gregory obviously works in DOC capacity, but, you know, he also has, would you continue to lean on and confide in Greg as a resource, even if you were released on the outside? If something happened and you needed to reach out to someone, would you maybe reach out to Greg?
I would. He would definitely be somebody that I would reach out to and continue to rely on, because he knows the hard work that I've done to get here today, and just like the rest of my support network, if I fall off the wagon, he's gonna beat my ass and throw me back on it. He's not gonna give me an option to fail. He won't give me an option to fail.
Set you straight, so to speak.
Yeah.
Okay. And so that thank you the DOC, thank you for identifying those DOC. So, obviously there's inmates who came and went that you got to know during your time there. One I'd specifically like to ask you about is Mr. Rook. Did you become familiar with him and his quest towards parole during your time there?
Jason and we were aware of each other to begin with. I wouldn't necessarily say that like we were close, not like I was with Emma, Mantis, Pringle, or Dahlia. But he was the one that, similar to me towards the end, that DOC could rely on to stay out of trouble. I'd be in my meditation circle, he'd have his nose in a book. Yeah, it's just we were definitely aware of the other, and eventually we got to the point where we were talking, but I wouldn't, no offense, Jace, but I wouldn't necessarily say that we're good friends, but we're at least acquaintances.
Yep. And the point of my question, though, is, so do you realize, and do you know that Mr. Brooks been granted parole recently?
I was informed yesterday by Olivia that he had gotten his parole.
Great. So he's going to have, similar, if you were to even be given the opportunity to be released, you're going to have to do a lot of things that he'll have to do. If you had any confusion, would you be opposed to, perhaps reaching out to him for if you have confusion about what needs to be done as just a, resource, frankly, to make sure you would get your parole correctly done?
As would both be in the same boat, it would make sense to rely on the other.
Great. And then the only other question, so he's not here today, and we'll never be able to bring him back. But you said in your statement, if I had it right, that you'd say sorry to Asher if he was here.
That is correct.
And point blank, have you had time to reflect on the, you've talked with DOC about it, as was noted by Lyra. And have you had time to truly, this has been 6.5 months since we were last here. Have you reflected on that more? And we've talked about it. So, have you reflected on that whole situation more? And are you truly ready to say sorry to Asher if he were here?
I would. The last 6 months have been a lot of self-reflection. Again, I didn't have the greatest childhood, being used against my family for reasons. Just, I've done a lot of reflection, and he didn't deserve what happened to him from both myself and whoever killed him. Like, in my conversation with Asher before everything, he was genuinely a nice guy. Sorry, just trying to formulate thoughts.
It's okay, you can take your time. Don't worry, we've been talking for a bit, so take your time.
He was someone where, if under different circumstances, he would have been somebody that if I didn't have my past, he'd be somebody that I could consider a friend, perhaps. But he didn't deserve what happened to him. He didn't deserve to die in the end either. But
And you can't ever overcome that, right? You can't bring him back. You won't be able to say sorry, even though you'd like to. But if you were released and given a chance on the outside, is part of what you do prove Asher, that you are worth a second chance, that you can be better, that you can give back to this society that you damaged with your actions. Because you're going to carry that cross on your back for the rest of your life. But what's your, can you give back something better to the city? Do you have confidence in that after your time of self-reflection?
I do. If he was here, I would tell him that I'm sorry, and that I know I can't undo what I did to him, or whatever else, like what I did to him both physically and mentally. I can't undo that. And I've come to terms with myself that I've come to terms with myself that the past, hindsight's a wonderful thing, but we can't undo the past. We can only move forward and hope to forgive ourselves for what we have done. Something that won't be on the record is today, myself, I forgave the person that killed my sister. They don't know it yet, because I wasn't able to talk to them, but I left them a note telling them that I forgive them for killing my sister, because chances are they've been tormented by it themselves. And if I'm at the point where I can forgive other people for killing people close to me, then I can forgive myself for what I did to other people.
And by your sister, you mean Emma? Just so
I do. She's...
Right.
We're not related by blood,
Yeah,
but
yeah,
she's
of
my
course.
soul sister.
And that's so you left that just occurred. You left a note saying that you have forgiven that individual or buried the proverbial hatchet, so to speak.
I didn't want to leave the prison today with, obviously if I'm granted parole, I didn't want to leave the prison with that over my head. I wanted to let the person know that despite what they did by the act of killing Emma, I still forgive them. because I've been in that boat myself, and it's not a good boat to be in because it haunts you. And I know that that person has been tormented by the act of what they've done. So I'm hoping by my forgiving of them that they can move on with their life, knowing that somebody forgives them for what they did.
And yeah, well, thank you. Yeah, we haven't even discussed that. I didn't know about it, so I appreciate you sharing that with me. I guess I don't even know who that person is, and I don't want you to say, but whoever that is, if they found it in their heart someday after reading your note, try to wrestle with their demons of the past like you did and try to move on, and you're out in the community, you've successfully completed your parole. Would you frankly, as part, as this, if this person reached out and needed advice about parole, would you help them? Would you advise them and try to encourage them to seek out the process just like you have?
I would. Everybody makes mistakes, and everybody deserves a second chance.
All right, Missy. Well, thank you. It's been a long period. I asked some more questions than I even anticipated, so I appreciate it. That's all I have for you, and I think Lyra and Judge might have some questions for you now.
Before we go any further, I need to think a moment. Just a couple seconds.
Oh yeah, that's totally fine. If that's okay, Your Honor.
Yeah, that is fine with me.
Alright, my apologies, Your Honor.
Party State, do you have any question?
I have a few. You mentioned earlier about the death of one of the inmates, Emma, I believe.
Emma, Dahlia, Pringle, and Mantis.
You mentioned about being angry at somebody, and you were grateful to the DOC for locking the cell block down so that you were given that space. As unfortunate as it is, death is a readable part of life. And a troublesome part of our life. We can't just lock the world down, though, for that. So how are you going to cope in those situations?
Since then, because that was when Mantis passed, I've learned to walk away. Granted, this particular situation, I did walk away from the short timer that was, in short, being a pest. I told him numerous times to leave me alone. I didn't want to talk to him. Excuse my French, but I repeatedly told him to fuck off. And he kept getting in my face. However, since then, I've managed to walk away. I've managed to remove myself from situations. I've learned to reflect on them. And I've learned to put things aside. Everything has a basket. Everything gets sorted into their baskets, and those baskets get dealt with during the reflection, the meditation. I didn't ask DOC to lock down the cell block, but they knew. I think they knew just how upset I was, because I don't normally show my emotions on my sleeve. But with Mantis and Emma's deaths, I was a wreck. More so with Emma than Mantis, but I was still a mess. My emotions broke. And in the initial moment, I saw red. But I managed to calm myself and remove myself from that situation to the point where I was able to calm down and see clearly.
Okay, thank you for that. Let's go back to the original incident. The original incident that ended with you in Bolingbroke. And I'm going to ask could be seen as a very callous question. What part of that incident are you most sorry for?
From him picking me up, to the pulling the knife on him, dragging him around the state, and then ultimately what I'd consider the end. Harming him and leaving him there. The entire process Sorry, I was halfway through my answer and forgot.
It's okay.
Lyra, can you repeat the question, please?
Going back to the original incident, which I realised is a long time ago. What part of the incident are you most sorry for?
The entire thing, as I said, my conversation with him as we were going from place to place, he seemed like a really lovely guy who didn't deserve what I did to him. If I had to pinpoint a specific part, it would be the end with the main act, as I don't really want to call it that, but that would be the specific part.
Thank you. What? Obviously, you've been here twice. What made you look differently at the original incident from the first time?
Time of reflection. When I was first sent to Bolingbroke, I was angry and upset. After the last parole hearing, I had similar emotions. But over the last over the last 6 months, I've had a lot of time to reflect. A lot of time to reflect on what I did. And I know that what I did was wrong. I can never change what I did.
And what was the turning point between this last hearing and this hearing? Obviously, there was an incident where you were uncompliant with officers. Where was the turning point after that?
The turning point, I can't fully pinpoint, like an actual point. It was just little dots, kind of like just leading up to the realization that if I work hard at behaving, I can maybe get myself out of prison. Various incidents and other things. So I can't name one singular point. Because again, that last hearing was so long ago. But it could have just been a gradual point of knowing that if I truly want to get out of the prison on parole, I would have to make changes. I couldn't be a violent, chaotic little shit, for phrasing. I would have to was calm, somebody that people could rely on to stay out of situations, to not get involved in things that didn't concern me, and just being the opposite of a chaotic gremlin. being somebody who was calm and just being somebody that people could talk to, and I could try and help calm them down.
No more questions, Your Honor.
All right, T. A lot of questions have been asked you. A lot of question has been answered. I have many a question. Obviously, the first hearing was so long ago, and the initial incident was even longer. I believe. Be looking to see the actual date of the incident. It was November the 17th of 2023. I remember this oral hearing very well. Remember how my verdict and everything. I believe it was one of my first ones. So I have a lot of questions. I'm going to start off with a softball, as they say. What is, if you are granted parole, the first thing you're going to do when you get out?
My first thing would be thanking you for the privilege of being granted parole. Lyra, the support network, everybody that is here. Following that, it would be sorting accommodation, sorting out job, going to Life Invader and picking up my paycheck and buying myself a vehicle for independence to get myself around in. I do not know where the house is located that I would be living in, but I know that Pops is in Polito, and I would need transport to get there, to get between places, with community service and everything else. So buying a vehicle would be there as well. But ultimately, the first things would be sorting accommodation, sorting employment.
All right, team. It has been nearly a year, and since the initial incident is almost November now. Now that I think about it, obviously someone can say they feel remorse, but how do you show that you feel remorse for what you did?
I would show remorse by becoming a better person than I was in the past. Somebody that could positively make an impact, a better impact on the city, between employment, photography, staying clean. I even had a thought while I was in the prison of getting myself in a position to help other lifers in my position. Help other... Not every lifer within the prison has friends on the outside like I do. I would be willing to be that person for them, while being fully aware of my past. I'd be willing to be a person for them, to help them get to this stage that we are today.
All right, T. Main concern last time was a lot of things. I have my verdict here in front of me. We've gone through a lot of things. When I hear you talk, I hear statements about how you want to sort out your job. You want to sort out. These, to me, are already things that should be lined up before coming to parole. So is it something that has already been lined up and you would just have to go to said location? For example, I see we have a letter here from Miss Norma Jean, the wonderful, about possible employment at their place of business.
That is what I'm referring to by sort out. Sorry, it's a Kiwi thing to say sort out, organize. I'm aware that it's all been set up. It's up to me to finalize, to sort out the final details of getting employment, of getting keys to the house, that sort of thing. It's sorry, that's a Kiwiism coming through. My apologies for that, Your Honor, for the confusion.
That is okay. That being said, seems like the plans for the future have been sorted. I move on to your support group. I've heard names thrown out of different members of the DOC. I've heard many names thrown out throughout this hearing. I want you to now list everybody that you would believe to be in your immediate support system.
Gregory and his wife Casey. Connor Burnside. Jace would be in there as well as Ethan, Gus, Harper. I would like to think that I could probably include Lyra in that too. Lyra and James. Being well aware of their schedules.
You bring up Mr. Burnside again, and this was a actual point of contention at your hearing. Mr. Burnside, to my knowledge, has not gone through the expungement process, and anybody can correct me if I'm wrong. So how is the court supposed to trust your support system when part of it is a career criminal?
Your Honor, Connor and I, we go back a long way. We have a history where we dated for a while and we're now friends. And while Connor to the courts is what you would see as a career criminal, to me, he's my friend, my biggest supporter. And I know within myself and with him that if I was to even think about falling off the wagon, he would do to me the same as what Gregory would do. He would kick my ass, he would throw me back on that wagon, he would not give me an option to derail. Connor was willing to lend me his home, one of his houses, for my parole if I did not have other arrangements. Connor will check in with me daily, multiple times a day, to make sure that I am staying on the straight and narrow. Yes, you know, he can get arrested every other day. That's just him. But while I am on this journey, he will make sure that I do not follow him. He will kick my ass. He will throw me back on that wagon, and he will tell me that I am to behave and that I am not to ruin this because I've worked so hard to get to this point. And I know that it's going to be a hard journey after this point to stay on the straight and narrow. And he will make sure that I stay on that straight and narrow regardless of his own position within the state as a criminal. He will keep me clean. He will make sure that I stay clean. If anything, he would be the first one to make sure I get back on that wagon before Grigor even has to kick me there himself.
All right, team. I'm hearing a lot of, and this is typically how it goes in parole hearings. I like to my quiz differently than everybody else and ask a lot of intense questions and very pointed topics. I heard a lot, and Lyra kind of probed on this a little bit, of your need to rely on others, and we all need to rely on others from time to time. We are human. We cannot do everything on our own. My question to you is, how are you going to rely on yourself to not commit any sort of crime or any heinous activities when nobody is watching?
Because I have the faith in myself that I will not pull off the path that I have chosen. I have faith in myself that even if nobody is watching, that I will remain on. I will keep to this path. As I said at my last parole, I usually run solo. I'm usually out doing my own thing, and I wouldn't necessarily have the eyes of my support network on me at all times. I'm aware of that. Nobody can be around 24/7. But with all of the self-reflection that I've done, I know within myself that I can keep myself on the straight and narrow path. And I know that if I feel myself starting to slip, that I can reach out to other people and I can ask for help, and I don't have to shoulder the world alone, as I've had to do so much in my past before I moved here. I have people here that care about me and that love me in their own special, unique ways, and that they would want me to succeed whether or not they could be around. I know for a fact that Emma, she would want me to stay on the straight path. She would want me to take the path that she couldn't walk. And that's the path of parole. That is the path that we're here today for you to decide. And I know that she would want me to continue with the journey that I'm on and to not return to the prison, no matter how hard it gets, or no matter how sideways I feel like going. I know that I have people that I can reach out to that will put me back on the straight path. If I feel within myself that I am sliding.
RT. This is something that you talked about. I am unaware of what happened with Emma and any of that situation. But you mentioned that you could not come here today without giving a letter to the person that killed them. My question is though, and this theme, I may be running across more, so I hope to have it disproved, is why was it a last minute decision? Why was it done today? I'm assuming today based on the context in which I was given before a parole hearing. Again, I do not know the dates and timeline of when it when the tragedy happened, but from what I have in front of me, why was it done so late?
Emma passed approximately a month ago. And with how the prison has been lately, I haven't left my cell as often as I used to. Well, I also haven't seen the person that killed Emma before today. Today was my first time seeing them since she'd passed. I tried to talk to them, but they were in their own world. I couldn't easily pull them aside because I don't know 100% the reason why, but they were locked in the cage in the middle of the yard. So I couldn't, it wasn't easy for me to get their attention and be like, hey, can I have a conversation? Like I said, I tried to, but I didn't want to force that person to have the conversation either. The closer that we got to this hearing, the more I realized that I didn't want to leave the prison without letting that person know that I forgive them for what they did. I may not have been able to tell them to their face in a verbal conversation, but I'm hoping that the note that I left for them, saying that I forgive them for what they did, that I'm aware of the fact that they are the one that killed Emma, and I'm aware of the fact that they've likely tortured themselves enough with what they did, but that I still forgive them. While I would rather Emma still be around, I will cherish the memories that I have with her. I don't know if that person will accept my forgiveness. But I also wanted that person to know that I forgive them. But today was the first time that I had seen them since before Emma had passed. I hadn't seen them for at least a few weeks prior to that. And this same person also apologized to me within their first week of the prison. They apologized to me for what they did to Emma. That got both that person in prison and Emma back from her time on the out, as she would say. This person apologized to me for what they did to my sister without any prodding or probing from me. They came up to me and apologized to me first. I wanted to pay that person similar respects. But unfortunately, you said today was the first day that I had seen them since Emma's passing. And as it got closer to Storm, they passed out early, and I was not able to have the conversation with them. So I left a note. That way, if my parole does get granted, I know that they'll receive it from DOC. I know it's not the same as a face-to-face conversation. I know it's not... Notes can get taken out of context. but I still want that person to know that I forgive them for what they did.
All right, T. Thank you for the much needed context. And context is a very big thing to have here, because we all exist in the context in which you live and what came before you. So it is very important to have that context. I think we should give everybody a little bit of context today, and I'm going to read some things, and it may be very in-depth and very what is the word? Intense for some individuals. So I'm just going to let everybody in the courtroom now. Mr. Asher Heartfaith is not with us, but we have his words that were with us. So I'm going to read his words from that was left from his statement from the incident. I'm going to start towards the end with what happened. Sorry, this font is. I'm going to start here where it says, like I said, she seemed so nice to me. I don't know why it was scary, but calming. Multiple times, she stated that she was not going to kill me, but deep down, I thought she was the whole time. She told me to calm down, stay calm, but I couldn't. City. She took me to the clothing store and told me to change. She got me out of my uniform into civilian clothes. I was looking for a payphone that I could possibly sneak off and use, but there was none around. She then drove us around a little bit before finally ending up in the junkyard. In the building, I was able to brick a wall earlier in the day so I could squeeze out blood out of my finger and let it drip on the floor as we walked. I knew that once I entered this building, I wasn't coming out the same way I came in. We got to the bottom of the floor of the building, and she pulled out chains. Bringing me to the bales, she then spoke to me to find me that everything was going to be okay, telling me that she wasn't going to kill me because she didn't want to get blood on her outfit. She pulled the knife back out. She went across my hands. She then slit my wrist. I knew it was just a statement, but what I didn't realize is that she was going to lick my blood off of the knife. She then kissed me on the forehead, leaving a bloody imprint on my forehead, which at point I stood up the best I could and tried to fight back the blade, and she stabbed me with it. I fell to the ground in pain. The last thing I can remember before I woke up in the hospital was the knife blade back. We got further context as Asher later in court stated, the last thing I remember is her blade cutting into my back, and then I woke up in the hospital. I think that is very powerful to hear, because we are here to reflect on actions that you took on that fateful day and how you have changed from said day. So my question is as follows. You stated earlier that you were trained to be a killer. In the actions that we have had described here by Mr. Asher Heartfaith's statement, it shows that the individual on that date was menacing, calculated, cruel. Some may say evil. What guarantees do we have as the court that that person is not still inside you? That is not going to come out when you get into a fit of rage? how can you guarantee the court that this will not happen again?
Over the last 6, 9 months, whichever date we want to go by, as I've said repeatedly, I've done a lot of meditation. I've done a lot of self-reflection. I've done a lot of mental retraining to overcome, as best as I can, what my parents trained me. 10 years of training cannot be overdone, cannot be undone within a day. Years of training cannot be undone regardless. There's always going to be a tiny part. However, I have come a long way since that child turned teenager. I was rendered an orphan. I was shipped off to a foreign country, or at least what was initially to me a foreign country. I've had to work hard to put myself through an education, to find myself a job, to deal with sleazebags of bosses. Over time, I found myself wanting to travel, and I came here. Thinking that knowing that I'd put some of my past behind me. But I'm also well aware of the fact that sometimes your past catches up to you. Out of the almost 2 years that I've been here within this state, I've spent, I might as well say a third of it now, within the prison. There's not a 100% guarantee that I'm not going to snap. There's not a 100% guarantee that I'm not going to relapse. But if I continue working on myself and continue retraining myself and continue trying to forget my past, and as I've displayed within the prison, there's been numerous times where I could have snapped, where I could have fallen back on that 10 years, but I haven't. I've been the bigger person and I've walked away from situations. I've been the bigger person and I've put that child away. I've told that child to leave. And then I've sat and reflected on what I've done. I've sat and reflected on the fact that I was the bigger person and the fact that I walked away. I would like to hope that I have a 99% chance of not falling back to being that person. Between my support network, all the work that I've done on myself these last however long it's been, I would like to think that my risk of re-becoming that person is low to minimal. But everybody's past has a way of catching up to them, whether they like it or not. Some people have a switch where that switch gets flipped and all they see is red. I've worked hard on trying to remove that switch completely. I've worked hard on trying to make myself a better person and trying to be someone worthy of continuing to remain within this society outside of Bolingbroke. There's people in Bolingbroke that have done horrific things. As we all know Dahlia. I would like to think that I'm not near her level. Have I had horrific things done to me in my past? Have I done horrific things in my past? Of course. But I'd like to think that over time, and as I've grown past that person. I'm not that same person that I was. I'm not that same, excuse the language again, I'm not that same angry little shit that first went into the prison back in November. I am now somebody that is calm. Somebody that has learned to control their emotions 99.8% of the time. But I'm aware that that's that 0.2%. There's that 0.2% is, it doesn't seem like a big number, but depending on the person and who it affects, it is a big number. But again, I've done a lot of reflection. I've done a lot of self-training. I've done a lot of proving to not only DOC, but proving to myself in some surprising situations that I can be the bigger person and walk away. I've had numerous occasions where I've walked away. I could have easily fallen back into old habits with 2 particular inmates that we had in the yard one particular day, one of which put an EMS's life at risk by kidnapping a DOC and trying to jailbreak. I was pissed at them, but I was still the bigger person at the end of the day, and I still walked away. I still showed to myself and them that I was the bigger person, that their words and their actions didn't affect me.
Hi, T. My apologies, I have a frog in my throat. I very vividly remember at the last hearing and my verdict, I think I wrote, during the statement made by Missy Farron, she stated she did not know who the family members of the victims was, despite them both being present at the initial trial and being identified as family members. And then I go on to say, we heard in her response to my questions that she did not want to send a letter because it be misconstrued, yet no efforts were made to reach out to the family. So that being said, have we made any efforts in these past months upon years to reach out to the remaining family to possibly have a conversation?
I will admit that I have not. However, in putting this all behind me, I put the family there as well. To me, it didn't feel right to reach out to them after finding out that their son that Asher had passed. Considering I found that out at my parole hearing that he had passed. It didn't feel right to reach out, and it just felt wrong. Only really reaching out because, oh hey, he's dead. It didn't, and still doesn't, feel right to reach out after he's passed. And I know it sounds off, but that's I can't really say much else other than that's how my brain works. He's in the past. I've made my peace with Asher. And in making my peace with him, I've personally made my peace with the family. And I know not reaching out is a big thing, but I would reach out if I was released. I would attempt to try and have that conversation, because now it's at the forefront of my mind of it's something that I need to do. It's something that needs to be done, and I can't put it off, ignore it. Probably not the right words, but the only words that are coming to mind. I can't do that forever. I need to make my peace with whatever's remaining of his family. But unfortunately, I have a very bad case of out of sight, out of mind. In fact, if need be, I will write a letter to his remaining family before I leave this courtroom today.
All right, T. I am good on questions. Currently, I have no more for you. We are going to move forward. We spent a lot of time here, and I think it was necessary time. So, that being said, thank you very much for answering my questions and all questions asked of you. Thank you for giving your statement. We are going to move to the character witnesses for the parolee. That being said, do we have those character witnesses here?
I believe so, Your Honor. I have a number of them here. I think Greg might have fallen asleep, though. I just want to make sure, because he was the first one I was going to call because he needed to run, but I don't see him anymore. Greg?
Gregory?
He's not here, Your Honor.
Okay.
Okay. Then we will move to the next one.
And
But before we proceed, I'm getting really hungry. Can I be handcuffed?
Oh, yep.
Apologies.
Yeah, no problem.
Your Honor, just to let you know, Casey Corbin is also not here. She was here earlier, but no longer.
Your Honor, I would like to note, and I got to be honest, I think that the long line of questioning was very productive, so I didn't want to burst in. But they were huge advocates, and they were not even initially be able to be here, and then hung around for as long as they could. So I would like to read their they especially Greg was as I think you heard from Missy, was particularly influential. So I'd like to read both their statements if I could at some point. But I'll go through my live witnesses first.
That is fine. You can read them whenever you want. I will hold them as in the same way. I understand not everybody can be around as long as some of us, so I will not hold it against anybody.
Okay, Your Honor. I would first like to call F and Chris.
All right, you. I'm going to be honest, I don't even remember if we swear people in, but I'm going to start doing it 'cause I want to. Not I'm the judge. Evan, just raise your hand and do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, number the truth, under pains and penalties of perjury today? No. Can you speak up? I cannot hear you. No, it's still super quiet.
Can you hear me now? Hello?
Yeah, that is perfect.
Yes, I do.
Alrighty. Do you have a statement that you'd like to read, or are you good to have questions asked by Gustavus?
I think it'd be better if I just go with questions, to be honest with you.
Alrighty. Gustavus?
Thank you, Your Honor. And thank you, Evan. I appreciate you hanging around and being here.
Yeah, anything. I'm always happy to support Missy because I feel like she does deserve a chance to see something outside the walls of Bolingbrook.
And so let's expand upon that. So of course we only interacted, frankly, last night, right? When you happened to be in the city, and I told you about this. But of course, I know you were Missy's prior counsel at the parole hearing. Let's say 6 months and change ago, right?
Yes, that was her original trial.
And so we haven't talked much about this, and I know you've been on kind of a LOA. So I'm assuming you haven't really seen Missy much since you represented her. Is that a fair statement?
No. Yeah, that'd be fair. Sure.
And I mean, just asking you, I mean, you heard her talk, you heard her respond to the questions. From your analysis, kind of as a legal expert, one of my colleagues who I've had the pleasure of working with, what do you think? I mean, the factors, and I mean, do you think that the woman who's testified here before this court today is any different than who you represented in this very courtroom that time ago, from what you've heard?
In some ways, yes. In other ways, no. I would say a lot of the positives that Missy showed back at her first parole hearing are still there. I mean, she's very clearly showing at least signs of remorse. I guess it depends on who you ask. She's also, I would consider, kind of turning away more so from a life of crime with each passing day, because every time I've talked to her or heard from her, she's built more relationships with DOC than say the other criminals passing through. She's also, it seems, maintained her hobbies that she was picking up in Bolingbrook, which I think is a very good positive going forward. And knowing that she has things to fill her time. Outside of that, with changes that she's made, yeah, it seems like she's much more even-tempered than even she was back then. And seems like she's also learned and taken further steps to secure employment, whereas last time it was just kind of tentative offers. So yeah, now versus the last time, I think Missy's made leaps and bounds where it matters.
And I think you said you think she might deserve or be appropriate for a chance on the outside. I mean, I know it's hard to gauge. You and me do this type of work, and we can never say for sure, right? But I mean, given these, the network she's established, including yourself, which, that's why, do you think that she could at least have a shot on the outside if she were granted parole?
Yeah, absolutely. To be honest, I think the only things that failed Missy the last time, other than a few one-off instances that were very heavily weighed against her, despite the number of good instances that she had also displayed alongside, was just a lack of infrastructure. I'm now aware that there's I believe a parole house was recently approved and purchased, which could give her somewhere to live that isn't owned by a criminal or accessed by a criminal. On top of, like I said, the fact that she has an actual solid job offer this time, I think it was the infrastructure that failed her the first time, and it hasn't failed her this time. So she's definitely give it a shot outside these walls.
Thank you, Mr. Chris. I appreciate it. I think that's all I have for you at this point. When will you be back to help co-counsel the case with me? No, I'm just kidding. Sorry. Strike that from the record, Your Honor. But I hope you do one day come back so I can work on the side. But that's all I have.
Alrighty, does the state have any question?
No, Your Honor.
Alrighty. For myself, I do not. Thank you, Mr. Chris, for your testimony today. It is very much appreciated. You're good to go or hang out and wash, whatever you would like to do. Does the defense have any other witnesses that are present here today that want to testify?
Yes, Your Honor. I believe I have Bella, Jace, Harper, and then briefly Connor. I just want to. Is there anyone who needs to, like, might not be around to testify first? I just trying to check in because I know it's been a while.
Sorry to be abrupt with this, but can I approach the bench real quick before I walk off?
Yeah, I have no issue.
Love you. That's it. That's all I wanted to say.
Thank you, Mr. Afghan. Very appreciative.
Thanks for being here. I appreciate it.
Yeah, anytime.
What? Sorry, I could not hear you. Yeah, does Lyra need to be up here? Okay, alright, let's just get Lyra up here just in case. Esparte.
Yeah, I don't want to try to. So, it's just purely logistical. So, Greg, I was going to go through a specified focus number of the reports with. He's obviously gone, so I was wondering if I should just take a second to just get it to Bella. She's going to go through it with me before I call my next meeting.
Here's your witnesses. You can do it however you would like to please.
Yeah, I just need to email her the composed document, if you know what I mean, because I had only sent it to Greg, so I'm just going to get her email.
I have no problem with it. Does the state have a problem?
No, Your Honor.
Alright, cool bean.
Okay, I'll go take care of that, and then I'll call my. Thanks. It should only take a second.
No problem.
Hi, Fashion. Thank you so much for the raid.
Thanks so much, Your Honor. We're gonna ready to proceed. I appreciate the time for taking care of it. Thank you.
No problem. Who would you like to call next?
I'm going to call Harper Royce to the stand, Your Honor.
All right, yeah.
Good evening, Your Honor.
Same thing. Mr. Royce, you swear what you're about to say and give today in court is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth under the pains and penalties of perjury?
I do, Your Honor.
Right to you. Are you going to give a statement, or are you going to refer to questions?
I have a statement and I can answer questions after.
All right, to you.
First and foremost, Your Honor.
Hi.
This is the first time I've seen you in a long time. I just wanted to apologize to you for my previous actions and the comments I made. They were inappropriate and demeaning. So for that, now that I see you face to face, I just wanted to apologize.
All right, to you.
My name is Harper Royce. I'm a member of PDO. I'm currently on LOA. But I was asked by Gustav to go and meet Missy at Bolingbroke. I spoke to her for one session, which went on for 3 hours. And the reason why I was asked to is because I've been known to have impulsivity issues. And I've been known to be very reactive. Both aspects I've taken steps to correct, thanks to not just my colleagues, but also Chief Justice Bianca Garrett's recommendations that I address these things. So on meeting Missy, Gustav had asked me to simply speak with her, and if I have any tips for her to control her quick wit, and if there's any advice I can give her, I did. And yeah, we ended up speaking for 3 hours. During those 3 hours, in my capacity as not just a lawyer within the PDO, but also someone who experiences similar things in terms of reactiveness and impulsivity, just within those 3 hours, I witnessed a very, very profound transformation that she underwent. From my understanding of speaking to her, when she first went into prison, she was filled with anger, confusion, a deep sense of mistrust. From our conversations, she told me that her past was marred with brutal and abusive childhood that had left her with significant emotional scars. The very people who should have nurtured her, who should have protected her, were the ones who instead destroyed her sense of self-worth, her sense of humanity, really blocked out the things that do make us human. She was raised in an environment where violence was the norm, and Missy's actions were tragically shaped by a world she grew up in that, again, without a proper guidance. Speaking to her, she told me over the past several months or time in prison, she's made remarkable strides towards rehabilitation and personal growth. She's actively participated in therapy sessions, again, the meditation circle. She's demonstrated genuine commitment to understanding and controlling her impulsivity, such as walking away when the times arise. And Missy's also engaged in several other programs, showing interest in change and improving herself. One of the most notable aspects of Missy's journey has been her work in the prison garden, which I discussed with her. She told me it was her small sanctuary within the prison walls. It's become her place of solace and reflection. She tends to the plants potatoes, she watches them grow, she nurtures them. And it's been more than just a pastime for Missy. It's been, from what she told me, somewhat of a metaphor for her own growth and healing. Not in those exact words, but from what I interpreted. The patience and care that she put in the garden is indicative of what she's trying to do in the real world, outside of prison. Gustav really wanted me to discuss whether remorse was something for Missy. And it took a while for us to peel that layer. You might have noticed, Your Honor, and the people in the court, whenever Missy was asked a question, she waited before she responded. Missy is extremely quick-witted. Her brain works very quickly, but she would always wait to respond, and that's one of the lessons that myself and Gustav told her. Just be like, I understand that you have an answer, but just take a breath on every question. The same thing that I use myself, because again, I am extremely impulsive and often say the things I don't mean. So it was one of the things that we taught her, and you can see that Missy stepped up and is trying to change, because every question she was asked, she would wait before she responded. On speaking to her about remorse, I could see it was palpable. She speaks often of deep regret, that she feels pain. The remorse is not a recent development. It's been constant presence. It's motivated her to work tirelessly towards becoming a better person, from what she's explained to me. She understands that her crimes were, in a sense, unforgivable, but she's determined to spend the rest of her life in making amends for it in a way she can. And in doing so, she's learnt to forgive herself. In our conversation, Missy also expressed her fear that her words might sometimes come across as insincere or rude due to her nervousness and emotional turmoil. She even swore twice during her statement to you, Your Honor. But she's working hard on it. That's why she prepared her statement beforehand. We recommended that she do so, and genuinely, I thought it was amazing. She communicated her sorrow and her regret, in my opinion. This effort alone speaks volumes about her commitment to demonstrating her remorse and the desire for redemption. I firmly believe that Missy is a person who's committed to addressing the terrible acts she did. I heard you, Your Honor, speak about Ash's statement and what he went through. I've met with Missy once. Though it was a 3-hour session, I met with her once, and I've committed myself, even though I'm on LOA, to coming in once, to taking her training once a week and doing a support session with her once a week, where we sit down, doesn't matter how long it takes, outside of my position as a public defender, and just talking about impulsivity, how she's doing, what she's working on, because I've had those people in my life. So I'm passing it forward. I know that she has a genuine desire to contribute positively to society if given the chance. She does understand the gravity of her past actions. That's something I could tell. But also sees the person she can become if she's given the opportunity. And as a member of PDO, as a public defender, I am an adamant advocate that everyone deserves a second chance. I know that most of the judiciary has that belief, that everyone deserves a second chance, because if they don't, then that means we're just throwing them in prison just to keep them caged. But if they want that second, they have to earn it. Listening to what people are saying here today, including her statement, I would urge the court to consider the significant changes Missy has made and the support system she has now in place. She even named me as one of them, and I'm proud to be. She's surrounded by individuals who are committed to helping her succeed and remain on the right path. Granting her a parole would not only be a testament to the power of rehabilitation. Members of DOC here, Lyra here, so many people are saying, give this person a shot. It's not because she's you know, it's because of her efforts. And it's because of the DOC's efforts as well. It's a testament to rehabilitation. That's what it's achieved. But granting her would also provide her with the opportunity to continue her journey of growth and redemption. Thank you, Your Honor. Thank you for your consideration.
Righty, Gustavus, do you have any questions for Mr. Royce?
Very brief, Your Honor. Thanks so much, Harper, for being here and for testifying. So, Harper, well, first off, it sounds like you would be willing, if Missy was released, you would be willing to commit to a 1 per week session where you and her kind of unpack things, check in, see how things are going, and that's kind of your LOA capacity, right?
Absolutely.
And being as you admitted, a little bit of a hothead yourself, and someone who sometimes has trouble, proverbially speaking, keeping the kettle on the teapot. You've seen Missy, you've talked with her, and you've heard her talk today. And you and I, we didn't prep her for anything she had. Of course, we couldn't but what do you think about her capacity, her ability to succeed on the outside after, like you said, you had an extensive session with her, and then you've seen how she testified today. What would you say?
Yeah, so when I first met Missy, the way she spoke, her cadence, it was extremely quick. The answers were there in hand. But when someone hear those answers straight away, they might think a little bit abrasive or sarcastic or quick to the response. One of the things that I said to her was, look, take 4 seconds, a 4-second rule. I understand you have the answer, but just take a breath. The answer is not going to vanish. To judge a person whether or not they can adapt or change or want to succeed, they need to be able to take on lessons. Listen, I failed. That's the reason why I've learned lessons. This advice was given to me by someone in the judiciary. I'm simply passing it forward. And she did it. Every question she was asked, she would pause. And it wasn't to come up with an answer. It was so that she can address it herself properly. Taking advice, taking ability to control impulsivity. I was really proud that she did that.
Well, thank you, Harper. Yeah, you spoke eloquently. That's all I have for you. Thanks so much.
Righty, does the state have any questions?
No, Your Honor.
Yeah, I have none for Mr. Royce. Thank you for your time here today. Does the defense have any other witnesses they would like to
Thank you.
today?
Your Honor, I would next call Jace Rook.
RT. Same thing. Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and the truth, and pays penalties of perjury?
Yes, sir, Your Honor, I do.
All right. Do you have a statement you'd like to give, and/or would you like to have questions asked of you?
Oh, a little something I guess what I'd say is first of all, thank you, Your Honor, and everyone on the court. I know whatever I might say today may not carry much weight because I said earlier I am, only newly granted parole myself, and my words probably a bit here and there. But one thing I'd like to say, Missy does generally deserve this chance that you do grant a parole. I never knew her for who she was before she got sent up, but my time I did spend with her was nothing shy of a good time. We shared some very good conversation together, even though at first we were estranged, like she said. But every interaction I had, for me personally, just warranted that she deserves a chance you very much granted me a chance. So,
Alrighty, Gustavus, do you have any questions for Mr. Rugg?
I do, Your Honor. So good to see you, Jace. I know we were here yesterday, and congratulations again, and thanks for being here. Let me just ask you, how's parole been going so far? How does it feel to be on the outside, and how are things? How are you liking it?
oh, I can't lie. It is a scary place being back on the outside. When you spent so many years locked up in Bolingbrook, it is a hard time. It is, it is a change going back to the outside, especially when you're starting from scratch. But it's been good, and again, I can't thank you enough. And hopefully, you will be able to do the same for Missy, like you did for me.
And your regime and what we've is you're going to be working lawfully employed at the Devil's Doorstep. In fact, I saw you there last night. You were attending the shift, and Missy's going to be on her own journey, as you heard, right? She's going to be at Norma Jean's, but at the same time, you're all going to be like maybe not the same house, but under the same regimen, right? Being under the parole house, needing to check in with the doctors, do the sessions, a lot of things. Like you said, I think you kind of encapsulated it when we were here, and you forgot how to share your phone number because it's been so long. So there's a lot to grapple, right? When you get out, like you said, there's a lot to kind of navigate and deal with. Is that a fair statement?
Oh, definitely. It's when you've been locked up for as long as, obviously Missy's been locked up much longer than I have. I'm not going to discount that at all. But when I came into the city, I found myself very quickly in Bolingbrook myself. As you know yourself, Ron, you sentenced me both times when I went up. And when you are locked away for so long in those walls, you do forget what the outside is like. As Gustav said, simply just sharing your phone number.
So, given that, and now that you're on the outside trying to kind of go on your own path towards righteousness and setting the ship straight, so to speak, as we talked about in depth last night, if Missy were to, reach out, give you a call and say, hey, Jace, I need to figure out how to set the medical appointment up, or just anything, just some kind of, hey, I want to talk to you about, just how it is being a parolee at a safe, place, no weapons, or would you be willing to kind of reach back and help guide her in whatever capacity you can, while of course looking out and staying safe yourself?
Oh, definitely. Whatever Missy needs, I will have her back 100%. Missy had my back when we were locked up together. I know it may not seem like she did, but knowing that she's there, that she would have mine, I'm having her back every step of the way. If it is a simple phone call, like say, hey, how do I go about doing the diet? I'm only a phone call away, text away.
Reminds me.
Okay. 1 second. I might have one. 1 second.
Do this.
And I mean, you're a parolee. You spoke before this court. And as they deemed, you expressed genuine remorse. You talked honestly about what happened. After listening to Missy today, we all bear ourselves before the court in different ways. But would you say that she's more or less done that she's told her story here today after listening to it?
Oh, definitely. Missy, in her statement, in her answer to all y'all's questions.
No, he doesn't.
Missy has been very honest with her relationship with Emma, with her relationship with Mantis, with her relationship with DLC. I've had the honor of witnessing that myself, through her words, through her actions, through the time we did spend together. When she said how she spoke about Emma, that was all genuine. you could tell that between her and Emma there was a genuine love that was just unpalpable. You ever saw them in the yard together, ever had the conversation with either one of them. Like, I was lucky and honored to be able to know Emma a little bit myself. Now, my relationship was nothing like what they shared, but it was truly magical to see, how they would speak about each other. And she confided in me a few times, about what she did in the past. And hearing what she said today, answer your question, like I said, it is genuine. She does want to try. She does want to proceed to, make right in whatever way she can. But like I said, I hope y'all recognize that and are willing to, give her that chance.
Thank you. Oh, and final quick, and in fact, it's okay, and you don't have to, bash. But yeah, when we talked about this, you're recently released on parole, and you told me frankly, you said, look, I don't want this to blow up in my face somehow. So you've come here testifying because because if you thought Misty would blow up in your face, you wouldn't have committed to this, right? You have a lot to lose by associating yourself with someone who's going to fail. Do you think she's going to fail?
No. Look, I have my support group. Missy will have hers. Me and Missy are two very different individuals. But I wouldn't put my trust or my faith in somebody if I didn't truly believe myself. I know, again, that's rich coming from somebody who was, not too long released. But if you don't give human beings a chance to change, what better are we from a colony of apes who fight the supremacy or a pack of animals in the same? Gotta give us some chance. I know Missy won't blow up in my face. This technically I was the guy who was a explosive expert, but that's neither here nor there.
Thank you. That ants and colony, it's always ever evident, Mr. Rook, that you've been reading your philosophy books. So, but thank you so much for your testimony. I appreciate it, and I don't have any further questions for you.
Alrighty, does the state have any question?
No, Your Honor.
Alrighty, I do. Mr. Rook, obviously, it is. We have talked about it. You are on parole yourself. I feel like this question was touched on, but I want to dive a little bit deeper into it. Missy is obviously seeking parole. With you being on parole and in the process of it, let me figure out how I want to word this. Do you believe that, rather, let me rephrase this, but since both of y'all, you are on parole, she is seeking parole, do you believe that, because you say you are only a phone call away, do you believe that you are one of the best options in their support system?
Would I say I'm the best? No, I would not. But would I say I would try my best in every chance I get? Of course I will. I respect and I can't ignore the fact that yourselves, obviously the state and the and the DOJ, they're going to look at me and obviously see the position I'm in. And I would hope, respectfully, that she would go to her other support group first, before coming to me. Because obviously they're going to be a lot more stable. But what I want to be able to provide for Missy is the fact that I've been there. I've been in that dark place that Bolingbroke is. I've seen, very much like Missy says, we've shared the ups and downs. I've seen the ups and downs. I've had my fair share of, death amongst friends, and she has. So I at least could want to be able to be that. If she ever needs to talk about, if anything's ever bugging her from the time we spent together in Bolingbroke, she could contact me. Am I gonna be, sometime I always gonna be the best? Probably not. I will damn sure try. Like I'm trying to bid on my parole. I know full well that she will try her hardest if you grant her parole today.
Alrighty. Next question for you. What made you come here today to speak on behalf of Missy? Obviously, you talked about getting to know them in the prison and whatnot, but obviously there is something that compels someone to speak on another's behalf, whether it be an interaction they had, a belief that they share. What is the true core reason that you came today to speak in front of me?
Like Missy said, when me and Missy, we knew each other by name. That was it. And we were strained. I would be sat in my corner with my bucket, my nose in a book, and she would be in her circle meditating. And that is all we knew of each other for a good long while. And then eventually, we would, pass we might say hi, walking past each other, basic things like that. And then one day, we just sat together. I'm pretty sure she's the one who came up to me. I was sat reading, just on my own, minding my own business, and she came on and sat down, and we just talked. We just shared, just conversations with each other, and then we had a few of those conversations, and the one that really made me, want to. And then we did talk about, parole together. Obviously, I talked about how I was getting mine. She wanted to get hers. What it both meant for, what it meant to me, what it meant to her. And we had a few conversations that one of the biggest conversations that really made me personally want to be able to call Missy a friend. Obviously, despite our slow build up to that point, is very much like Missy. I had my own connection and friendship with Emma. When Emma died, it hit me differently. I didn't get to say goodbye or give her a final send off when the EMS took her away. I found out through another inmate, the same way I found out how Seth died. I found out through another inmate, the worst way you could find out, in certain respects. And I remember we sat there and we shared, we talked about Emma, we shared, our own stories and our own how Emma affected our lives, And like I said, I'm never gonna ever say that me and Emma, my relationship with Emma was anywhere close to Missy's. Not a chance. Like hers was like that. Their relationship was just incredible. I had my own, and we shared that a little bit. We both would sit next to all the memorials on the wall and just sit there and look at it, have a little talk, and then that was it. And then besides, then we went and had other conversations. When I heard how genuine that she was, that she wanted to give it a shot, when there was a genuine authenticity there. And we looked out for each other. We made sure each other are okay. I said, even if it was just simple, hey, how you doing? I can go a long way in a place like Bolingbroke.
RG, I have no more question. Thank you for your time today. Does the defense have whether the parole seeking side have any more witnesses?
Just two more, Your Honor. One of them is very brief, and then the last one. So the next one I'll call is Connor Burnside.
Hello, Your Honor.
Howdy, I'm going to swear you in. You say that what you're about to say today is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth to help you under the pains and penalties of perjury.
Yep. I swear.
Alrighty. Do you have a statement that you'd like to give, or would you like questions?
No statement, just questions, Connor. Okay.
Yeah,
I do
just
take it
que-
away.
No, yeah, just questions, honestly, to be honest.
All right, Connor. We've talked about this, and there's no doubt that you care a lot about Missy, right?
Yep.
And there's also no doubt that you have a criminal history, a fairly recent one, and probably, I haven't looked at the MDT, but maybe active or who knows, right? Is that fair?
Yeah, that's fair.
And Missy, obviously, in her statement, you've been one of the only people, right, who's come to see her. You care a lot about her, right? Regardless of your criminal whatever you do, you care about her as a person, and you've come to see her a lot, and you really support her, right?
I do, yeah.
And if she were granted parole here tonight and put on whatever regime for how many ever weeks, whether it's 1 week, whether it's 1,000,000 weeks, whether it's however many weeks, as her friend, but someone who also knows what you do is what you do, can you commit under oath of perjury to this court tonight that, as we've discussed, you will stay away from her until whenever she gets through her parole and probation period? Because you care about her, right? Can you talk about that? And you can talk about it a little more if you want. But yeah, that's the heart of my question.
I do care about Missy a lot, and I want her to get the parole, so I am willing to do whatever it takes to make sure she gets that parole, and also to do what's best for her is to stay away from her while she can do her parole thing.
Thank you. That's all I have for you, Connor. I appreciate it.
Alrighty. Does the state have any questions?
No, Your Honor.
Alrighty, I have a bunch. So, Mr. Burnside, it is no secret to the court that you are what we would consider a career criminal. You, in fact, just arrested yesterday. How is the court supposed to take you and what you say about helping someone who, as you heard earlier, chained somebody to a barrel, stabbed them, and licked the blood off of the knife? How is the court supposed to believe that you're going to help them in their path towards rehabilitation?
Well, you see, Your Honor, Missy makes mistakes. We all do. And I feel like that was a very bad mistake, and she's definitely learned from it. And every time I went to visit in Bolingbroke, she would show more remorse every time I would go to her. Everyone can make mistakes. Some mistakes can be devastating to deal with, but at the same time, we live, we learn, and we have to face our demons head on.
Okay, I hear the answer was more about Missy. Then I think the answer I wanted was more of how with parolees we require an intricate support system. And Missy has said that you are a part of that support system. With you on a day-to-day basis still committing crime, my question was more, how can we trust that support system, which you are included in, to prevent her from doing those actions?
I'm not really part of the support system, as she needs more legal side, so I will definitely stay away from her. And let the people who can help her support her.
Now I am Confucian.
Well, Your Honor, that was, frankly, Your Honor, the sole purpose was, I didn't call him as part, I called him so that he would commit on the record to staying away from her. Because he wants to help her and be her friend. He cares about her. But he also admits that was I wasn't trying to identify him as purpose, but I was trying to have him just essentially say that he's going to commit to staying away from her during the whole period.
I understand, but the issue is that it was brought up by Missy themselves that they would be a part of the system. To my recollection, I question on it, and it seems like they both obviously care for each other very much. So that is why I'm questioning on it, because, like I said, for someone who commits these dangerous acts on a daily basis, how are we to trust that you're going to stay away? How are we who court going to believe that you're going to follow through on your action? I mean, to me, this is a very glaring and big liability.
Your Honor, may we approach?
Yeah, of course.
I think there may be a better solution to this with a modification to the parole agreement, where yeah,
I would totally agree to that.
I think an agreement where the parole officer can see any correspondence between Connor and Missy via text or phone call would be a solution to make sure that the information that's supplied between them is limited or is supported in that.
I would absolutely agree with you. And to be 100% frank, Your Honor, he wasn't even specified as a witness tonight. He was totally fine. He was going to just sit here and be in support. But I felt the need to call him because she did say that. And so I wanted to, but he is committed. I can't trust what he says, but I would agree to any term, and I know he's committed to trying to honor it this time. He wasn't even going to try to say anything.
I appreciate him coming because it, like I said, context is very important. If granted, I will definitely amend the parole to state. Personally, I'm of the opinion that any contact should be ran through. Who is going to be assigned as a parole officer on this one?
Your Honor, I would have been able to give you a better answer, but this parole hearing is coming on 3 hours. I apologize. I need to think about that one for a little bit longer, and
that is okay.
Curse is doing Jace
ID, thank you, Mr. Burnside, for your statements today. I'm good, and we are going to move over to any last witnesses that the defense will have.
Alrighty, thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you, Your Honor. My last witness, Your Honor, is Bella Corbin.
I'm sorry.
Ms. Corbin, do you swear that what you're about to say and tell to us today is going to be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth under the pains and penalties of perjury?
I do.
Wonderful. Do you have a statement that you would like to give, or are you going to answer questions?
Yes, I have a statement.
Righty, let us get underway.
Okay, so I am Bella Carbon. I am a sergeant with the Department of Corrections. I have had the chance to see Missy from the day she got arrested until now. During my time, I found that Missy has been very determined to prove her worth of this parole. I know that she has been reaching out to places to inquire about employment. She has had multiple visitors, such as people like Connor Burnside. She's also had multiple meetings with lawyers to try to get to this point. With my observation of Missy Farron, I have seen that she's been very calm and helpful. She is someone that I have built the trust of in the prison, that I feel comfortable to be in the yard alone with her. I see that she is very helpful when we have new inmates arrive, to show them around and show them the ways of Bolingbroke. She also is really good with letting DOC know what is happening in the yard if we don't exactly see it ourselves. When it comes to jailbreaks, Missy has never been the cause of jailbreaks. And if one goes off, she will be sitting there meditating, waiting for us to give her demands in which she will adhere to them. During her time, I've seen her only interact with well-behaved inmates, such as Jace Rook. Jace is here today with us.
Bella's cat.
With Jace being here, I feel like that's a good representation of her having someone going through something similar for her to rely on while she's on the outside world. Missy has been showing a lot of remorse for what she did. A good proof of her working on getting over it and making amends is Asher Hart was actually one of my best friends. Of course, with that being her victim, it did originally leave like a sour taste in my mouth. But Missy has proven herself to me and gotten my forgiveness. I was able to forgive her enough that I am confident standing up here speaking on her behalf. That is all, Your Honor.
Does Mr. Gustavus, do you have any questions you would like to ask?
I do, Your Honor. Thanks so much, Bella, for being here and testifying today. So I sent you a list of kind of a compartmentalized list of the reports that the prosecution had included of all of her logs during prison, right?
Yes.
Okay. And do you have access to that now?
Yes, I do.
Okay. So I'm going to start with report 85555 on 2/3/24.
Yes.
Okay, so it says Missy Farron woke up. Missy then walked to the vending machine, got 2 bags of chips and 2 bottles of water. She was hungry and dehydrated. 051 Danny Katz spotted Missy Farron by the vending machine and approached her, engaging in a civilized conversation about why she was in jail. Missy also brought up to the topic of how she is trying to achieve parole and is working towards changing her life. So this is only about 2 weeks after her parole hearing that got denied, and she's already talking about changing her life and the topic of parole, right?
Yes.
Okay. Now I'm going to direct you to report 86321, and this is on 2/12/24.
Yes.
Okay, it says Missy woke up approximately blah blah blah. Missy was escorted to the changing room to change out of her medium security pants as she was taken off medium security. Missy mentioned a concern regarding her right ear. Missy highlighted some of the events that went down on the night that 633 was stabbed, mentioning how the inmate who stabbed Okay. It's report 86959 on 2/18/20.
Okay.
It says Missy woke up. Missy was awake for about 20 minutes when she got a visitor, Connor Birdside. They visited for about 20 minutes. After that, Missy hung out with a short-term inmate and caught up with 752 Riley as we hadn't seen each other in a while. Missy practiced her photography and took some pictures of PD recruits, was offered food/drink, etc., meditated in the basketball court. End of report. So is this kind of a typical, there's like meditation going on, she's like positively interacting with the DOC, doing photography. I mean, is this kind of atypical of like what you've seen from Missy from your interactions with her?
That's pretty on par with what I witnessed from her all the time.
Okay. And let's see. We got next 92441 on 4/7/24. And this is actually written by you.
Yes.
So, I mean, I could read through this, but I mean, maybe you just want to read through it and describe it to me if you remember it at all. It's up to you.
So yeah, that day Missy kept to herself at first as we had a bunch of triads around. I know the triads were causing issues, so she wanted to be by herself in the workshop. That's where she hung out with 545, Gregory Carbon. Once the prison settled down, she came to the basketball court and was meditating. She talked a bit with David and Scarlett, who are also Vipers. She told the recruits about her photography and the reasoning for her tablet, because us supervisors allow her to have a tablet to take pictures and stuff. She painted a portrait of a fallen lifer. I believe that was Mantis. And she was all well behaved.
Great. Thank you. Let's see. And then so here, and then the next one I'll show you is 94448.
Yep.
Okay, so she woke up, she was offered food and drink, given some burgers. She was talking with other short timers in 725 Terry Manchester about what happened with David and his medical episode. Missy had started humming her favorite song and dancing in the basketball court while talking to 725. Missy was last seen in the yard talking with a short timer, showing him where to get a job to reduce the time he was given. 725 went off and was last seen in the yard with a short timer. So it sounds like in this situation, and maybe you like Missy kind of tries to give guidance or help to the short timers about how to stay out of trouble and just do their time and get jobs or etc. So she's not trying to like agitate or instigate or rile them up. She's trying to help them out.
Exactly.
Okay. And then we have report 96228 on 5/9/24. Do you see that?
Yep, I see it.
Okay, so it looks like Missy woke up in the yard. She was in the infirmary with Olivia. Olivia went to sleep. 604 joined him in the yard. 604 smoked Missy and Willow for a little. Someone went to check on Johannes. I was approached by Missy after with Willow Johnson over her shoulder. Missy had found her in her cell and had tied her shirt around their wounds. She helped bring Willow to the infirmary and helped keep her stable till EMS arrived. So this sounds like a situation where she found a wounded inmate and then essentially was rendering medical aid and helping keep them alive until the EMS arrived. Is that correct?
Yes, that is correct.
Okay. Let's see, I might skip forward a couple of reports because we've been here a while. So this is one I don't know if you know anything about. Okay, 10-0-0-3-7-7. It's a little bit down from where we were.
Yes, I see it.
Okay, it says Missy was found awake, sitting on basketball court. DOC officers at the time sat with her and discussed the events of the day. Missy stated if she was awake earlier, she would have saved Sammy P. Who is Sammy P? Do you?
Sammy P was one of our lifers who unfortunately passed away in our care.
Do you know anything about related to the circumstances of what happened to this person?
Your Honor, may we approach?
Oh, okay, yeah, sorry. I don't know if I'm...
I would just ask that those be kept. I don't think it would help support or de-elevate anything that you're aware of. It would perhaps cause more emotions than is actually needed, Your Honor. Thinking of the circumstances that evolve that.
I can just leave it at that, to be honest. I just wanted to just show that she had tried to express some remorse for what Sammy P was. I'm fine with leaving it at that.
If that's okay, Your Honor, unless you wish to hear it.
No, that's okay with me.
Yep,
Okay.
Totally fine. I didn't know much about that, so I'm sorry.
I can explain afterwards what happened, as it's already gone through the court system, but...
Oh, yep. I can just end it here, Your Honor, on that question. I think, let me just leave it. Yeah, so I'm just going to finish up there with that line of questioning. Let me just get back to where I was. I was almost done. Okay. So this is the last one I have to ask you about, I think. Or actually just two more. But okay, so this one is 10-02-275.
Yes.
So this is Missy was awake but noticed the EMS with the body bag being transported out. She grew upset and asked to see the transport out. Myself and the others sat with her in the airlock and let her talk about the good times, steering her through the grief. She was brought to change into something more comfortable. So this is, I think, right when Emma's body was being taken out in a body bag. Am I correct about this?
Yes, that is correct.
Okay. And so she was obviously very, very, and she talked about it. You heard it. She was really sad and upset about this. But from, your experience, inmates could go one of two ways on this. They could lash out, or they could not. I don't see any infractions in her records. I mean, so did she lash out, or did she just, hold it in and try to talk to you guys about it? What? If you had to go
She
one way or another.
stayed very calm about the whole situation.
And then this is the last one because this is the last one that you wrote, so I just want to talk with you. It's 105502 on July 24th.
Yes.
Okay, so you had to obviously break someone's fortunate news to her about some death at Seth's, and I think she talked about. So how did this conversation go, and can you just describe this incident?
Well, that situation, I had received a 311 about one of the doors being open, so I had come up to the prison since there was no DOC around at the time when I got on duty. Me and the other two people that came up with me, we approached her and I believe we were talking about Dahlia's death. And it was brought up that Seth was one of the victims. And I know that upsetted her. But like always, she stayed very calm and collective about the situation.
Great. Thank you. Thanks for going through those reports with me. So I'll just sum it up here. You've known her for some time. You've been on. Do you think she's got a shot on the outside? Do you think she can control the, put the kettle on the teapot, so to speak, when needed, and move past? I know. Has she expressed remorse and shown you the ability to do something positive on the outside, I guess, is what I'd ask you as my final question.
From what I've witnessed, I believe that she would be able to handle the outside world and stay to herself. Stay calm. I think she has shown enough remorse to prove herself.
Thank you. That's all I have for you. I appreciate it, Bella. Thanks so much.
Sorry, I was whispering. RT, say, do you have any questions for this witness?
A few, Your Honor.
None for myself either.
I apologize. I said a few, Your Honor.
Oh, I'm so sorry. I'm going to also say none for me. Feel free to go ahead.
Bella, just to clarify, you knew Missy before the first hearing?
Yes, I did.
And you knew Missy after the hearing as well as evidence in your reports. What would you say is the biggest difference that you've seen between the two?
I feel like before she was just trying to get out and saying what she had to get there. the past 6 months, I believe, since her last hearing. I feel like Missy has proved herself that she actually wants this, that she has changed.
Has she ever spoken to you about the incident that landed with her in Bolingbroke?
Yes, she has.
Can
She has.
I ask when that was?
I heard a little bit about it before, like when she first got sent up here. And then she's talked about it before with, as in the daily reports, with some recruits, and I was there when it was discussed.
And how would you say her approach was when she was discussing that incident?
She shows a lot of remorse for it. She knows that what she did was wrong and nothing she can do or say will ever make it right. But she can try her best.
Has she sought guidance of you whilst you've been working with her?
Yes, there's been multiple nights that I have sat with her, that I know Gregory Corbin has sat with her, and she has talked to us about what she wants to do on the outside, about getting a job, possibly getting an expungement one day.
No more questions, Your Honor.
Alrighty, thank you. Like I said, I have no questions. Ms. Corbin, thank you for your time today. You may go back to resuming your duties as bailiff or head out. Do we have any final witnesses?
Your Honor, that's all my live witnesses. I have, of course, Greg and Casey Corbin's letter. I submitted them into evidence. It's totally up to you. I mean, I can read them out if you want to just consider them in your deliberations, because we've been here for a while. Whatever is best for you.
I have them in the docket, so it is fine for me if you want to not read them, and I can just review them.
That's completely fine with me, Your Honor. I just emphasize, and I know this is just, there's things we can't control in the city, but Greg was in fact one of her hugest advocates, so I just like that to be denoted, although I don't know if his letter reflects the gravitas of what he would have said. He was a huge advocate, so we tried to be here.
Alrighty. I will note it down.
That's all I have, Your Honor. I'm ready otherwise for closing or concluding remarks.
Alrighty. And I'm assuming the state has no witnesses.
I'm afraid not, Your Honor.
Alrighty. We can move into whatever fashion of closing we would like. We will start with the state.
As I mentioned previously, Your Honor, the state does not have any objections to this parole being offered to Missy Farron.
Righty. Does the defense have any closing remarks?
I do, Your Honor. I'll try to be brief because we've all been here a while, so I don't want to take up too much time. Your Honor, members of the court, everyone who's been here and testified, thank you all very much, and thank you for the state for being here, expressing their position, and working, frankly, above and beyond with me throughout this process. We heard from Missy tonight, and this was a long hearing, and I think appropriately so, because we had to really go through and examine a lot of different things here. There was a hearing in the past, and her parole was denied, and she had not produced to the satisfaction of this court at that point, evidence that she was going to be able to check off the prongs of the rehabilitation process that Your Honor laid out in that opinion. We heard from her tonight, and there's no doubt, and Missy's a complicated individual, and she's been through a whole heck of a ton that I don't think any of us could even begin to imagine or conceive of, frankly. She's been abandoned and abused and hurt by the very people she loved the most. And that was kind of what she grew up with and how she dealt with the world. And it got her into the legal system and prison real quick. And it ended with a real nasty crime, and one that she wasn't willing to come forth and talk with this court about much, if at all, when she was last here. But she talked about it tonight. She took the time. She sat back, thought hard, and answered every question that this court proposed. And there's no way that I could have prepared her for any of those questions.
But this isn't a
And they
court
were piercing ones.
This is a
And she had to
parole
grapple, I think,
hearing.
with her demons in front of this court tonight. And she might not have done perfectly, but she expressed remorse, she expressed care, and she expressed sorrow for what she did. But also she expressed kind of a hope towards the future. She said, look, I gotta say, I think one of the most highlighting parts to me was when she was there was the question and she answered it, but then forgot, and then Lyra reposed it to her in the same way about, what was the specific part about what you regret about this all? And she honed in on it to give Your Honor some specificity and answer. But the first gut reaction answer on her part
Isn't that what most lawyers are? Professional
every single
yappers?
part of the whole kit and caboodle I felt bad about. And I think that shows how far she's come, right? It's not one little part, she feels just awful about the whole thing. And I think if this court were to give her a chance to prove herself on the outside, she'd show that. We've spent, I don't even know, probably, goodness gracious, at least 10, 15 hours or whatever the heck Cell's talking about this. And the one thing I've seen from her is that she's remorseful and she wants to move on. She's not, the most social individual. She's reserved, but she's also extremely intelligent, and she's able to self-reflect, and that's what I've known about her. It takes her a while to maybe express it, but she's thinking about it. And I think what we've seen from her institutional behavior is that she's kind of become, like I said, a mother hen, right? She's looked out for people. She's even put herself in the way of a knife to prevent something from escalating. She's talked openly with the DOC. She's developed a routine of meditation, photography, things that she could actually use on the outside. There's plenty of parks to meditate in. There's plenty of fruitful photography endeavors to engage in. And she's also developed a wonderful support network of people who care about her, from the DOC to even people as checkered as Connor. But Connor's come here tonight because he cares that much about her prospect, that he said, look, I'm willing to stay away. I'm willing to do whatever in the heck I need to do to make sure that she succeeds. And then we have people like Jace going through the same process and trying to work their way through this, who can only, in my opinion, help her navigate this complicated thing. Like Jay said, right? He forgot how to use a phone after a month that she's been in there, for goodness, I think 8, 9. So, goodness even knows if she remembers how to add a contact into her phone. So we're gonna need to help her, but she has the people there who care and who have showed up tonight and who have written letters. And I think that she's in lot different of a place where she's been able to articulate remorse, talk about the victim, and she admitted she hasn't patched up every single thing. And I believe it's embedded in our parole agreement, but if it's not, certainly be, I think it is, but if it's not, we'd certainly be willing to embed it. Is she's willing to talk and try to make amends here with the people who are left her Mashers family. She hasn't been able to do it thus far, but she wants to, and I can commit to you, Your Honor, I will personally make sure that happens if she was granted parole. So I don't want to belabor the point, but I think she's shown, and then she of course has gainful employment lined up at Norma Jean's where they're willing to accept her. I've talked to Norma myself and she's good to start if she were granted parole. So I hope that the court will consider all of this in summation. You know, I know that this Missy's a more complicated parolee than some who have been before this court. But I think she's shown that she's a different lady than the one who was before you 6 months and change ago. Thanks so much, Your Honor. I appreciate you hearing all this. That's all I have.
ID, thank you. It's been a long day. It's been a long night for some of us. So I'm going to deliberate as quick as I can. I have no timeline, but I will try to keep it brief to the point where I still can weigh everything best I can. So I cannot give you a timeline. It will happen tonight. I hope within, at most, I would say the next 13 minutes. It should not take that long, but I'm going to reserve that right. Thank you everybody for being here. Thank you for keeping everything civil. Thank you for respecting the courtroom. I'm going to put us into that recess, and when I return, I will have the verdict.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good job.
Good job.
Hello?
Hi, Miss Lyra. How's it going? My name is Vincent Vici. How are you?
It's a pleasure to meet you, Mr. Vici.
I had a quick question. I had an incident to where I pleaded guilty to try to go on a court date, try to get a court date and whatnot, because me and my lawyers said that, you know, we thought we'd be able to get out of it. I've been trying to constantly text him and call him about it. He hasn't answered me back. By any chance, do you know the status of Gustav?
He's currently, what's your name again? Sorry, what's your CID? Let me get your CID.
1903.
Hey.
Vincent Vici. Okay, and you said your lawyer was Gustav, and you pled not guilty to a incident on which day?
That was, it was a while ago.
Oh God, Vince.
Had to have been the beginning of July, if I had to guess.
Do you remember what you've been accused of?
What's it called? Something of justice. Where they said I was intervening with a chase that they were on, which I wasn't. Obstruction of justice? That's what it was. I know the officer on there was Wendell.
Okay, let me have a quick look.
Okay. I've been arrested a few times since then, but...
Go to bed. You've been up for like 30 hours.
He doesn't know what that is.
Jesus Christ. I
Mr. Vici, I don't see a report with obstruction of justice on there.
Really? None?
Not so
I think it's
far.
one they got me for. It was the one that I said I was guilty for. Or I'm sorry, I said not guilty for.
Wow, Harper. Wow.
So I've gone
With
to the.
Gustav.
No, I'm not finding a report with all of that on. Is it? It's the one where you were
Yes.
criminally in possession of a weapon class 1. 26th
I had
of
a
the
Jester
6th.
Modern, and they thought that
Shot. That's my husband.
I was intervening with a chase that they were chasing a Jester in.
Okay, can I ask why you didn't reach out before?
I've been trying to contact him left and right, and he hasn't answered me.
Okay,
Originally I gave him a call like a week after, and he said, "Yep, we're gonna get this going." And then since then, I haven't heard anything.
Okay, so you didn't reach out to any other lawyer at that point?
Well, Gustav was my lawyer. Yes, I have not reached out to any other lawyer. You're the first person I'm
No,
contacting.
he did. He's been reaching out. I just haven't.
Since
had a
I haven't
chance
been able to get in
He's
contact with
reached out
Gustav.
to me.
Okay, well, let me give you... I'm gonna talk to somebody and let me give you a call back.
Okay, can you just shoot me a text? I'm gonna be in my head for a little bit.
Yeah, that's fine.
Thank you.
Bye. You do realize that's now over the statue? Unless you've opened a docket, it's over the statue.
Yeah, no, I do. It's a meritless case. I have to talk with him. But can you hear me? Or,
I can hear you.
So, I don't know what's going on. I can't. I have like 7 or 8 cases. Like, I'm the
Be
only one
suspicious. Don't
doing any
be
cases
suspicious.
in our department at this point.
Harper, just give us a moment, okay?
Oh, yeah, let me just talk.
Let's go into the jury room.
Yeah, okay, we can talk about this, sure. Oh, sorry.
I don't know why you're putting it.
No. So, yeah, listen, he's one of these, I just have to fall on this sword, and that's why I was gonna call him back
I
and talk
wasn't.
with him about it and try to just figure it out between me and him, but
Oh, you're talking about...
I have like 8 or 9 cases right now, and no one else is taking active cases coming on besides me. So like, I'm like way overwhelmed, frankly, and like they don't want me taking. Like, his case is literally that event, that incident is like the difference. It's like 2 charges for $1,500 each. Very piddly ones, and like I think there's merit to getting one of them dropped, but not the other. But I just haven't been able to, because I've been trying to deal with all these parolees, which are super complicated, and so I just haven't had time to get back to him. So I was gonna try to call him, just apologize, maybe figure out a way to settle it with him one-on-one, but so I didn't want you to think like he has reached out to me, so it's not his.
I realize this, but he should have,
But the problem is none of my other colleagues are like, and that's just between you and me, but like, no one takes any of these parole, like.
And I'm not
I have
saying
played
that
so many
that's
cases.
on you. I'm saying that's on him. I asked him directly, had he reached out to any other lawyers, and he went no.
Yeah, and I unfortunately am also like I'm conflicted out. So there's this civil suit that I filed against the casino, and I didn't know. Oh, sorry.
Give me a moment. Let me just get a hold of Caesar so I can talk to him. Hopefully he catches hold of that. Nope. Okay. Okay, but I don't know what I can do right now for all of that. The best I can do is... Because it's also on him. As much as it's on you, it's also on him to start reaching out to other lawyers. Come into the jury room and just 2 or 3 minutes, okay?
Okay.
If you're still at the courthouse.
No, I thought.
Who's this?
Okay.
Is this him?
No, this is Caesar.
Oh, I don't.
What do you wanna talk over the phone?
No, I'll say better in person.
Okay. I'm at the courthouse still. If you wanna come on over.
Yes, I'll go there. I'll meet you outside, I guess, or in the room.
In the room would be preferable.
Definitely. Sounds good.
Okay. Okay. Bye.
So okay, yeah. I tell you what, I don't know if there's anything to be done with. I'm gonna reach out to him at least, try to just connect once I get done with. But I gotta.
But I am considerate of a plea. I'll be considerate of a plea and stipulate that I realize that you went on LOA, that this LOA was not your doing, so I'm happy to work with that.
Okay. Maybe, and it's been a really long. I didn't know that Earl was gonna have some, but like maybe we can just talk about it tomorrow. It's a very straightforward situation. I'm just, my brain energy's kind of fried. I think it's essentially one where. Let me look. Is it?
It's criminal possession of a weapon class 1, which he's not going to get away with because I have a photo of his pockets. And then felony obstruction of justice.
That was the charge that I was wondering if he might be willing to work.
I can work with you on that one, but you'll need to get back to me within the next 24 hours on that. Just get that. Let's get that one sorted. I realize that's over the statute, but we can do it. We can sort it. Okay? And just emphasize that if he doesn't hear anything from a lawyer, he then needs to reach out to other lawyers.
Okay, I will. Thank you. I appreciate you big time on that. I'll get back to you ASAP on that, and I'm sure the answer will be 100% yes. So.
Okay.
I'm gonna go check in with Miss. I don't know who this fellow or who's coming to talk with you, but I'll leave you all to. I'm gonna go talk with her and just check in.
That's fine.
Officer.
Bella, if you can give me a text when Earl comes back in, okay?
Yep.
Oh, we're great.
Yes, it's still going on.
Oh.
This way, Caesar.
Still going on?
Yep.
Oh. It didn't need
3.5 hours.
Yeah.
Okay, what's up?
Okay, so it's been some time.
Mm-hmm.
I think you know where I'm going.
I can have a guess, but I'd rather you tell me rather than me taking a guess and it being completely wrong.
Yeah, I am signing. Yes, anyways.
Okay.
I cannot hold fucking 3 positions, 3 different jobs, and keep doing good work on them. I'd rather stick with what I enjoy most at the moment.
That's absolutely fine. That is your choice, and I'm not going to stop you.
Yeah, that's it. I'll communicate it to you as a comment. And tomorrow at the supervisor meeting, I can announce to the other supervisors. So officially resigning tomorrow. But I don't want to give you a heads up. I didn't manage to catch you or any other commands this past week. Yeah.
I had a I had an inkling. I did have an inkling that that would be the case.
Yeah. So yeah. Anything you need from me or organize something before I leave officially?
No, that's all good, but thank you.
Yeah, no. Yeah. As I said, tomorrow I'll ask the other supervisors and we call it goods. I organize my stuff already and yeah.
Yeah, okay.
Sounds good. Sorry to interrupt you in the middle of it. 4 deaths. It's quite bad, I know.
It's okay. I had a feeling, we
Uh,
kind of had a feeling because we could see your activity dropping quite considerably.
Yeah.
But
And-
I do wish you the best of luck with the future.
Thank you. Best of luck to you guys too. I kind of was waiting for someone to assume the position of supervisor before I left. And then Luna happened and I was like, oh, it's now. I need to start preparing stuff for it. And then it took some time, so I had to pause to do it. But yeah, that's about it. Right.
I
if you
appreciate
need anything else, we can talk more tomorrow.
Thank you.
No worries. Stay safe and
You too.
enjoy your hearing. How long you think it's gonna last?
He's gone in for deliberation right now.
Oh, so it's closer. Okay. That's good. If you need me, call me.
Will do.
I'm just back.
She's here.
There she is.
Sorry. Sorry, Your Honor.
Alrighty, let's just save that up and bring this up. How do you? Thank you all for your time here today. It was a long time. It was, very, 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 very needed. That being said, let's get into the parole.
Hello.
Today, I'm going to keep it short and sweet, unlike my last verdict. The last one, I think, set a precedent for parole, and this, set a pretty good one. I have seen. So today, unlike the last parole hearing, it was much more structured and much more prepared. Missy seems to have shown great improvement from the last parole hearing. As before, it was, for lack of better terms, a complete mess on all sides, even from my own. So I just want to again thank everybody for their work that they have put in to get here today. So as compared to the last time, Missy seems to, with the help of those around her, have actually put in the work for parole. The first time, it seemed that the date came up for parole, waited a couple weeks, and said, you know what, let us try, without actually having the backing and the support for the parole. We heard a lot of conversation from everybody, including Missy. We heard a lot of statements, and we even heard the state's statement of whether or not they decided to reject or have no issues with the parole. That being said, I have to weigh this very heavily. Like we heard before, Missy tortured a member of, I believe it was BCSO at the time, very violently and very calculatedly. That is not a word, but I'm the judge, I can make it up. That being said, we also have to take into account the amount of time that Missy has spent inside of the prison. It has been almost a full calendar year since the incident. It's been many, many Los Santos years since the incident. We've heard a lot of reflection, and a lot of meditation has happened. And frankly, I was a little confused because I remember the first parole hearing, and I believe it was 21 years. I set Los Santos years-wise for the next parole hearing to possibly happen. I was confused because I asked myself why someone would wait so long after, you know, those 21 years were up to go for parole. And I think we were shown through Mr. Gustavus, sorry, my apologies, is getting late for all of us.
No problem here.
Dedication and statements and witnesses that he brought, that there's a lot of preparation that needed to be done. There was a lot of setup. There was a lot of action this time around. It seems like Missy seems to have finally grasped the context of it all. Actions that she committed and the harm that they have done to the citizens and individuals in Los Santos. So now comes the question of, does the court believe that Missy Farron has showed enough remorse and have enough of a setup to be granted parole? So for parole, we'll look at a couple things: rehabilitation, stability in their social history, signs of remorse, criminal history, institutional behavior, plans for the future, risk to reoffend, and finally a support group. We heard about all of them. And in my opinion, I think that the preparation both put in by the state and Missy's counsel and Missy themselves has shown enough to be granted parole today. That being said, there will be a lot of changes to the agreement, and I will update it before we end here. I'm going to go through it, and then I'm going to give you the opportunity, Missy, to ask any questions, because I am going to be changing it from what you originally agreed to. So, that being said, instead of 4 weeks of parole, it will be 8 weeks. We will keep the doctor's visit once a week for physical evaluations, included but not limited to a drug test. If found to have taken any drug tests, or drugs rather, within the parole period, the parole will be suspended immediately. You'll be required to meet with your parole officer once a week. You'll be required to complete 2 community service tasks per week, totaling 16 total tasks. You must write a public letter about how you have performed whilst in the prison and present it to the court. You must also write an apology letter to Asher's family and companions, which will be attached to his profile in the image. You will also be required to maintain or be in the process of maintaining legal employment whilst on parole, which to my understanding the process has already started. Any changes in that must be reported to your parole officer in the court immediately. Finally, we had an approach on this, and we seemed to come to agreement from the defense and state. The last thing that will be required as a condition of this parole is that if you are to have any contact with Mr. Connor Burnside, it will be reported to your parole officer immediately. Any texts, calls, or conversations will be shown over to your parole officer as soon as they happen. And if you wish to meet with him, you must first clear it with your parole officer. If those are not done, the parole will be suspended and up for review, and more than likely, it will be revoked. This is a big chance. This is a very big opportunity for you. You have put in the work to get here. So for lack of better words, don't fuck it up. Thank you.
Your Honor, if I may request, could you briefly just address Mr. Burnside still in the courtroom. Could you just, Mr. Burnside, did you hear that?
I did, yeah. I heard it.
Okay. Thank you. That's all.
Missy, do you have any questions about how parole will work and anything that you need to do that I have changed?
Not off the top of my head, Your Honor. I didn't sleep well this morning due to nerves. I'm a little tired. I'll go over the document once it's been received.
Right.
And if I
That
have
being
any
said, again, I
questions
want to
from there-
remind you that it is on you to do all of these things. It is not on your parole office. You are the one to be reaching out to them. You can have your attorney help you with this in any way you would like, if they would like to. But it is on you to reach out to start scheduling these things, to put these in motion. If you miss things for reasons that are out of your control, the court is understanding. We are not here, like I said earlier, people cannot make too much time constraints. I understand. So if there are any problems, we need to make sure we are reporting them to the court immediately through your attorney. Okay?
Your Honor, I'd like to take the chance to speak to you afterwards regarding a few things, because I will need to update this document and just other things.
Of course, I will be in chambers. Thank you all for coming. Have a good night.
Thank you, Your Honor.
I will text you once I've
Good job.
updated all the parole agreement and who the parole officer will be.
Okay, sounds good. Sounds good. Thanks so much, Lau.
You're amazing, Lyra.
I appreciate it.
Hey, Gustav, before you take off, step up front.
I need to work that one out.
We gotta figure that out.
You're amazing. Great job.
Thank you. I'm just a.
So I'm gonna reach out to you about all.
Your Honor,
Come here.
I need to just go through with you some of the updated so that I'm
Yeah, you are good. If you and the state can come to an agreement to however you want to do it, that is up to y'all.
It would just be me, no other of my but specifically me. I mean, I could commit. I'd be happy to just because me and her do overlap somewhat, and if it's going to be quite, more tasks than we agreed to, then I can at least help her. Just make sure it gets done. You know what I mean? That's solely your call, though, Lyra.
We'll work it out very soon.
Do I don't.
There's something in here.
Oh, absolutely not.
You can.
Your Honor, I think you've got a visitor.
What the?
It cannot see me if I don't move. Anyway, as I was saying, if we wanted to be even more restrictive of how to do it outside of the state, they would not be able to even contact or associate with any felons at all, and we have to report it all to the parole officer. I don't think that is reasonable to Los Santos, as everywhere you look there is a felon.
I'm gonna just make sure Missy's.
I'm going to refrain from saying what I want to say, because it could come across as aren't you beautiful?
Is it gone? Oh, it is gone. I almost died today.
Oh my God, who was that? Or what was that?
I don't know.
I've never even seen one of those up in the hills. Majestic creature.
It was a very nice black pussy. Did you just say you hate me, Your Honor?
I was trying to figure out what you meant by you were going to say something and then refrain, and then that is not going to say. Oh God, I am so tired. Oh my God. Alright, T. Yeah, I'm going to head out. Feel free.
Can I just clarify this with Your Honor? If you wish to have any contact with Connor Burnside during the course of your parole, you will need to ask your parole officer, along with providing all text and phone calls with Mr. Burnside.
Yeah, and then if they want to meet with them, they have to clear it with the parole officer first.
So does that, just so I know, is it essentially, is she in violation if she texts him, or is it just that she has to know that it's going to be under supervision? I just want to make sure she understands.
The latter. They can be in contact. She just has to make sure she is letting her parole officer know.
Okay, gotcha.
If you wish to have any contact with Connor Burnside during the course of your parole, you will need to clear this with your parole officer. You will also need to provide... Oh no, I need to reword that.
So, because she doesn't have a PO tonight, she has the keys though. I'm just gonna tell her.
It's Ryan Voss.
Oh, is it Voss? Okay. All right. I have his number, so I'll give it to her. Does she? I think she's someone gave her a phone out there. I think. Not sure. I think she has a phone, but I'll make sure. I'm gonna go give her boss's number.
During the course of parole, you will need to provide all text and phone logs with Connor Burnside. If you...
Oh.
If you wish to meet with Connor Burnside, you will need to clear this with your parole officer, and it will be under supervision.
Yep, sounds good to me.
And it's, I apologize for my previous apprehensiveness. I just need to get my understanding of parole has now changed, as that's not the understanding I had when I first began.
It's all good. The process changes and evolves with every judge and every set of people that come in. So we are adapting and growing and changing.
And again, like I said, it's completely changed from when, for example, you and I were going to prepare for Vinny DeLuca.
Oh, don't remind me about that, man. Yeah, Vinny or Sean.
It wasn't Lewis. It was Vinny or Luca.
I think it was Vinny. Yeah, Vinny.
So yeah, the change is like, I need to just have clarification from there, because I need to know how much power we have as kind of the prison, how much does the judge have, like yourself as the judiciary have, how much does SAO have, because there may be cases I do not take the parole hearings as seen previously. And I need to give the correct information over to the people holding those paroles.
Yeah, you are all good. It's good to have all the context, like I said earlier.
Okay. I have signed that, but Your Honor, you also need to sign it.
I will get that taken care of tonight. Is it in the defense documents? I opened it, but there's too many documents on it.
It is in the defense docket. It's the first one. Is this also remaining exclusively with just judiciary, or is this remaining the judges, or is it something like baby judges can do as well, like judges in training, or like who is taking all of these?
Parole will be exclusively, because parole is only.
Ryan's trying to actively recruit me to the SAO, and I'm texting. I'm like, if I go to the SAO, who does any of these hearings?
When it comes to these, parole is it can be given out for non-capital crimes, but we don't usually do it, so it would be baby judge and above. Ideally, the way that I would want to run it, and unfortunately no one was around tonight that I'm aware of, would be that we just had, like with Mr. Rooks, unfortunately I had to step out for a family emergency. But we would have multiple judges to give opinions on, like we did with Rosen's. I know in Rosen's we were going to have Juno, but unfortunately they weren't able to make it in time. So,
again, that's something I just want to clarify with the justice, because I've heard previously that ultimately whoever's running, like the prison, has such a big say in whether they have parole or not, because they've looked after that individual. And we would have a parole board, but we are unfortunately unable to provide that within the state.
Oh no, yeah. I mean, I think I misunderstood your question. If you as a warden came in and said they do not deserve parole, more than likely they're not going to get parole. I'm saying I thought you were asking more on.
I'm saying whether, like, sitting on it, would you, like, I just want to kind of clarify, because we're letting juniors take these parole hearings because it's so similar to an expungement. It's not an expungement, but at the same time it's similar to the process of an expungement. So that's kind of where I'm kind of having this thing. So I know it's a capital crime. Like I said, we're allowing, I think George has mentioned that he's happy for his juniors to take these, because Juniors take expungements all the time, and it's slightly different to an actual full court case.
Yeah, I would say, because again it's capital, like anybody that would say it would be baby judge and above. I say baby judge because it'd be the same sort of reason of like juniors taking it. It's similar to an expungement. It gets them the understanding of capital crimes and such. I'd have to run that one by. That's just kind of the precedent that we have done. We don't have any magistrates right now, so the state clerks would come nowhere near it.
See, that was, I thought Matt's a magistrate.
No, he is still a state clerk.
Oh, he's just part of the magistrate's office.
The roles in the email are so fucked. I have tried to fix them many times, and they just there. So there's too many overlaps. And
well, let me like clarify it with Bianca, and I'm sure Bianca will be able to like say this is what it is, because there was no even booklet for parole until Juno made it.
Yeah, I have no issue.
So let me get the clarifications, and kind of, would she be comfortable, for example, magistrates doing that if we had magistrates? But we have state clerks, but if we have magistrates, would she be comfortable with the magistrates doing that? Where is the line? Because you've mentioned that you could possibly look at the magistrates, but we have none. So let me get that, and then I'm sure the information can like be trickled accurately with all of that. Because parole seems to be becoming more of a viable option, and I just wanted to make sure that everything is accurate. Does help when I put the 26th.
These are the last two that I'm gonna be working hard. These are the two parolees I have. It's Jace and Hurt, so it's the only ones I got coming through the pipeline for the. But I'm gonna be. Jace is already working hard.
I do have another that was interested in it, and it was Tony, but I'm not sure that Tony can take her anymore.
Who's Tony? Tony.
Wow! Wow!
No, I didn't mean. I thought you meant a Tony, a parolee. Sorry. It's late for me. I've been here trying to spew my brain's kind of fried too. Wait, who's? Yeah, I don't know. Let me know. I can help them maybe if Tony doesn't. Well, can Tony? I mean, he's a judge now, so.
He's part of the. He's a state clerk now.
To my knowledge, the way we operate with clerks is they can do anything.
He's a judge on some of my cases.
Yeah, well, so state clerks are civil judges, what we were kind of refer to them as. So civilly, they can do any suits like that or expungements or anything.
Right. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. He's doing my expungements. Oh, he's trying to actually. He's trying to actually call me about something. Would you guys mind? Tony's trying to call me about something.
That's fine.
You are good. But yeah, feel free. I'm always down for more clarification. I've got to go. It is way past my bedtime. I'm sure it's way past everybody's.
Thank you, Your Honor, for your time.
Yep, no problem. Have a good one. I will
You
be
too.
probably around Sunday.
Okie doke.
No. Yeah, we were actually. Are you in the locker room?
Yeah, I actually.
Congrats, Missy, by the way.
Are you in the locker room?
Thank you, Lyra.
You see where the house is?
I've gotten the keys to it, but
Sandy.
It's not on my map yet. I've been told it's in Sandy.
Lyra, can you officiate weddings then?
I've been able to officiate weddings since last year.
Oh, great. If you wouldn't mind, myself and Belle, if we can just get the officiating done now, and then we'll just do the paperwork later, if that's all right.
Officiating done now?
Yeah, please. I don't mind.
Oh, good golly, I haven't done it. Okay.
I think we're ready. Belle, do you want to go change, or are you good with that? I reckon you look great.
I don't see Belle.
What?
You don't see Bella right next to him?
Oh, Bella.
Yeah, Bella. I just call her Belle. You know, we've got nicknames for each other.
Bella, you're married.
She calls for help. It doesn't matter.
She,
We're just doing the
she's had
officiating
no
part.
say in this the entire time.
We're just doing the officiating part. Go ahead.
She's had no say in this the entire time.
Sophia's my witness. She's right over there. Sparks. Go ahead. I'm ready.
Bella, are you not?
Safe because I'm dead because he took my breath away.
Wow.
Every time I see
I'm
Bella,
calling.
just
I'm telling Lewis because.
Look, every time I see Bella, I'm just reminded of those old cartoons I watch. You know, Fred Flintstone. You know, Bella just makes me rock.
Oh my.
Bedrock, rock. Yeah.
Harper.
Yeah, we're ready, Lyra.
Do you even have the paperwork?
No, we're just doing the officiating part first, and then we'll get to know each other. We'll figure out the paperwork later.
No.
Yeah, absolutely.
No.
You want this as well, right?
Bella, blink
I
twice
don't
if you
want
need
to
help.
Testify at a murder case.
There you go.
I'm going that way. Go
Oh, wait,
here.
are you saying that your husband will murder me?
Yes.
What's the name of your husband? Lewis. Did I hear that right?
Nope.
Yeah, we'll stick with Lois. We'll stick with Lois.
Are you dating someone called Lois?
No.
What's his name?
She's married to someone called Lois.
Probably another woman. He doesn't understand the great thing he has right next to him. I mean, I personally think that Bella and I make a cute couple. What do you think, Sophia?
I mean, I don't know if I want to get involved in that. Harper.
I'm just. We're both about the same height. We share the same sense of humor. We're both awkward in social situations that involve picking up people. I mean, that's all you really need to have true love.
You are?
I'm going this way. I'm going home. Bye.
Lyra. You're the only one.
Excuse me?
Are you married as well? Jesus Christ.
Yes.
Everyone's fucking married or getting married. This is really pissing me off.
I've been married since September last year.
Lyra, who'd you marry?
James.
Which James? Oh, whoa! DOC James?
Yes.
Whoa! No
Why do
way
you think James and I have the
love
same
James.
last name?
I just thought he was trying to copy you. I didn't know you were married to James. I am a little slow. I just don't know about marriage.
You're being a little slow.
Wait, is James here?
No.
Oh, thank goodness. Missy, you know you're the only one for me.
At least he's a good influence.
I am a good influence. You know, I try to be like nice.
So is Connor.
One
Missy,
second,
do you
I've
want to
got-
lift to the house?
1 second, I've got 4 female friends here. Don't you, any of you, know someone that might be interested in going on a couple of dates with a strapping gentleman who's British accent and works a decent job?
Last offer, Missy. I'll give you a lift. Bucket, help me. Luna,
Missy.
help me.
Hey,
What are we helping with?
I was
Harper
trying
just tried to
uh,
marry Bella and then tried to ask me to marry him and then asked Missy.
Absolutely.
Yeah,
Absolutely
he
fucking
does
not. You
that.
don't touch my
yeah,
warden.
that sounds like Harper, but alright, good job.
I'll gun him
Good-
down. Where is he
Missy,
at?
Hang on, where's Harper?
You did all of this tonight. I'm gonna.
That
I'm
sounds
gonna
like a
follow up with
hostage
you,
threat, sir.
Tomorrow, and just make sure to check in, and
Sir,
I'm gonna be able to like supervise.
No.
Harper, you have the right to remain silent.
False
Anything you
imprisonment.
say can and will be
False
used against you.
imprisonment.
Of course,
Wait,
court
one
of
second,
law,
let me
you have
just
the
find
right to
Luna.
an attorney.
Hi,
If you
you
can't
Luna?
afford one, attorney said will represent you. for
'Wait, 1
free.
second. Let me do my thing. Let me do my thing.
I definitely need that.
Hi, Lula.
Do what?
Ahem. I may not be a pilot, but would you
Harper!
Well, I was about to do a good
Wait,
line.
hold on. Let me text you.
So
Just
eventually I'll get them.
Is this you?
Oh.
Did you see?
Oh, I can't.
We can't fix him. I'm sorry.
Good job tonight.
His Riz game is
Okay,
low,
guys,
but at least he tries.
You said you would happily do her parole officer, Voss? It's gonna be 8 weeks worth of it. Okay. Are you guys okay?
Yeah. I'm about to go to sleep because I'm tired as hell.
Same. That was 3 hours. I was expecting it to be about an hour and a half. No, not that. It was 4 hours in the end.
I don't know how that went for that long for y'all.
Okay.
Oh, wait.
Because I did what?
Come, Sophia, come here.
Because you basically SA'd him, I'm just saying. Anyway.
Judge, can we see?
Here's that for you. No, listen. Listen, Harper, you have consistently shoved your tongue down my husband's throat. Please stop doing it.
Ready, Missy? Unless you want to spend time with others.
I'll probably just go get changed, pick out my paycheck, and then go to Top and buy a truck.
Charlie, can you just like...
That's fine.
Because I can't get the money that I was going to get from Connor anymore.
You can still meet with Connor under supervision of your parole officer.
Yeah, he was going to send me money so I could get a car, and like Connor's my biggest support, but I can't use him because
you can still use him. You can still text him and call him without asking for supervision, but you will need to provide those texts and those phone calls. If you want to meet with him, you'll need to clear it with Voss, Ryan Voss, and it be under his supervision. So it is still possible to go and meet him, but that is.
So I can still text and call him. I just can't see him in person,
Unless
we somehow accidentally be at the same place at the same time.
Unless you organise it with Ryan.
Okay. I assume Ryan is my parole person.
Yes.
My parole officer.
Yes, Ryan Voss.
Okay. Then before I leave here, I should probably go get his number.
Now, if you also, yes, that's probably a good idea.
Isn't it also a conflict of interest for me to be for him to be my parole officer, considering he was the SAO that charged me?
No, not necessarily.
Okay.
That being said, if you do text and call Connor, you'll need to just show Ryan all of that and show him all the texts and everything so that he's aware. If you call, just take notes of what you talk about and then make mention of that to Ryan.
Okay.
Okay?
Yeah, so the way Earl sounded, it made it sound like
no contact.
No contact at all. Yeah. Like no contact, no texts, phone calls, nothing. Which
No, you still have that
Which is a concern.
opportunity. So go and talk to Ryan and just say that you want to go meet with Connor if he's still around.
He's probably gone to bed. It's like 4 AM for him.
Okay, well then I'm heading home.
Hi.
Ryan is over that way.
Yeah.
Why is my free crawler here? Oh, because I took my free crawler down. Okay, I'm going to send you off to someone. Who am I sending you off to? We'll send you off to the Proly. Okay, I'm gonna send you. Thank you to Queen Kylie for the raid, Bastion Skull for the raid, Reese for the raid, Baby for the raid, Conic for the 8-month 3 sub, that guy for the follow, that guy for the biddies. Thank you very much for coming, thank you very much for being here, and I'll see you again tomorrow. Bye bye!